I call this meeting of the Davenport Community School District Board of Directors to order. Director Snyder, would you please read our board priorities?
I'll take his role. The Davenport School Board establishes the following priorities to ensure the academic success of all students: to provide leadership and direction to improve the overall learning environment in our classrooms, schools, and district, including the health, safety, and security and happiness of students and staff. Direct and support actions, programs, and activities which reduce the impacts of poverty on our students, their families, and our community.
Thank you, Director DeSalvo. Director Kluhl, would you please read our mission and vision statements?
You know, as usual, President Johansson, I'd be more than happy to read those, but I asked Student School Board member Lorraine if she would perhaps read the mission and vision tonight, and she has agreed. So, Lorraine, take it away.
All right, so the mission statement: enhance each student's abilities by providing a quality education enriched by our diverse community. And our vision statement: education that challenges conventional thinking, prepares all students to compete in a global society, and inspires our students, parents, staff, and community to answer the question, what if?
Thanks, Lorraine.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our student board report. Superintendent Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. We don't have our normal 6 or 7, so Lorraine, you're on, and you can take as much time as you want.
All right, so I'm Lorraine, and I go to Central. So this past Tuesday, we had a blood drive through the Mississippi Valley Regional Blood Center, and we had 85 donors, so that's enough to save 255 lives. In terms of sports, our basketball record right now is 3-1, and most recently we beat Muscatine on Friday night, 50-49. It was a really intense game. And for wrestling, our record is currently 1-3. We finished second in Maquoketa and beat PV, which is pretty good. And on Friday, we had a Spirit Odd, where we introduced the winter sports teams and also introduced those who scored above a 30 on the ACT. And we had like a little spirit, like scream off type thing. And the senior class won, which was fun. Members of our concert chorale have been caroling out and about in the community. Most notably, during the Village Walk, they went on Friday night, I believe, and they went and caroled at Lago Marcinos. And then our dance team went to state 2 weekends ago. The girls took 4 routines. We also took a co-ed routine, and we had a boys team take 1 routine as well. And then our DC leadership team is putting on a holiday food drive with the Catholic Worker House, which is pretty awesome because the food that we collect is going to go to Central families. So, you know, everyone deserves a warm holiday meal, which is pretty cool. And our NHS induction is tonight. And last week, we had a course fair during the lunch periods, and on each day, a different department came down to the cafeteria and basically helped students figure out what classes they wanted to take next year. So that's a wrap.
And thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to board reports. Are there any? Director Hayes.
We had our first poverty meeting today, which was very successful. I would say we would had, upwards of 30 people that attended. We had a real intense discussion over various barriers, and the group was had a lot of input, a lot of things that helped. We had talked about transportation and childcare being huge barriers in the past, which still top this time things that we're wanting to work on, and we meet again January 25th.
Great, thank you. Director DeSalvo.
Last week I attended the Project Lead the Way meeting at West High School. It was on December 10th. And a couple really good, exciting things. This weekend was the FLL competition at the Putnam. Although I wasn't able to attend, I know they had 96 teams competing in that competition. So that was very exciting that they had so much momentum. When my son participated years ago, there was only one day of competition, and now it's grown so much. There's two. So 16 teams will compete, or will move on to state. So they take 8 final teams from each day. So that was really exciting for the kids. And then are you going to talk about our Hilltop meeting? Okay. No, you go right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Other board reports. Director Kluhl.
Thank you. Yeah, as Director DeSalvo mentioned, we did have a meeting between Director Gosa, myself, and Director DeSalvo with a community group on December 8th to talk about J.B. Young and the what's happening there, along with the boundary situation. Representatives from the community included John DeTay, Scott Tunnicliffe, Representative Cindy Winkler, City Council Member-elect Rita Rawson, Ralph Kelly, and Vera Kelly. We had a real frank and open discussion about issues surrounding the reuse of J.B. Young as a school and also on the boundaries. And I just wanted to publicly express the board's appreciation for that, share that information with the board, and we'll be talking about those issues later this evening. So thank you all.
Thank you. Director Dickman.
Future enrollment in the district is really important to all of us. And on a personal note, I'm doing my part and expecting to bring home Dickman Baby 2 in June.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We'll move on to the showcase, Superintendent Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's Hayes Elementary tonight. It wasn't that long ago at a committee of the whole that we had a lot of the school here tutoring us through the ST math, and it was great to see them here with their parents. And tonight I'll turn this over to Sarah Gott, Principal. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Tate, President Johansson, one of my favorite principals, Mr. Scott, former principals, and board, and we love seeing all the Blue Devils in the house. Great to see all of you. Yeah, go Blue. We're excited to be here to present to you a really awesome project that one person started at Hayes Elementary School, and I'm going to introduce you to her. Her name is Christy Couch. She's right behind me. Oh, and before I get too far, congratulations on the baby news. That's exciting. Christy, on her own, has created and developed something for all of our proficient students at Hayes. And she's done this on her own during her own time and has collaborated with several people in the district to make it happen. And it's very exciting, and I'm really excited for her to share about it. It was probably February, January last school year when Adams Elementary School presented their showcase, and I was here listening, and they highlighted fourth graders at Adams who worked with the art teacher there during their reading intervention time to do some things during that time to raise the rigor of their reading. So they did research on bridges. I don't know if you remember that. You guys hear a lot of stuff during board meetings. But I went back to Hayes and I was very inspired by that. Often we spend a lot of our time and our resources, especially during reading intervention time, on students that are not proficient in reading. And that's very important and near and dear to all of our hearts. But it was really cool to hear at Adams they were taking the time to meet with those kids that were proficient and trying to accelerate their learning. And that's something we want to continue to do. At Hayes, we have about 64% of our students that are proficient in reading. And so for us to take that mind shift and to really be spearheaded through our librarian has been very powerful to not only take our time and our energies during intervention time for our lowest students, but also really push those kids in the green. And so she actually rescheduled her entire calendar and moved all of her library lessons, because she does meet with all of her students every week at our school to check out books and to do library time. And she opened up her mornings so that she could work with all of our grade levels to do some reading activities. So I'm going to give the floor to her so she can explain what she's done.
So, quite by accident, I was at lunch with Jean Bales, who used to be the curriculum director for the CTE and all that. And I said, I really want to try this makerspace movement in the library. And she looks at me, she goes, would you want to pilot a whole STEM program in your library? And I was like, okay. So it kind of just blew up from there. And now, 4 days a week, I see first through fifth graders for a STEAM program, which is science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And we got together and they came up with the science standards based on the next generation science standards and came up with some activities. And then I have been the pilot, which means I take the lessons, I create the lessons and how we're going to do them, try them out, see if they work. Some work perfectly, some not so well, and decide how many days we need for each one and either extend it or shorten it. And I've been writing all that, and so the next steps after this is to write lesson plans with all the resources built in so anybody can teach this anywhere in the district. So that's my next steps. Over Christmas break, I'm going to meet one day and do that, and then probably this summer a lot. So the kids love this program. I didn't have it for 3 days one week because of fast testing. And the next week they're like, are we going to have STEAM this week? And I was like, yes. And they were like, yes. And I'm like, great. That's what I need to see. And I also incorporate STEAM into my library lessons, for example, because I feel every kid should be exposed to this higher level thinking. So like, for example, with my first graders, we read Three Little Pigs for a couple weeks, and then they had to build houses, and the Big Bad Wolf, which was a hairdryer, had to see if they could blow their houses down. And then this week we're going to build bridges for the gingerbread man to escape the fox and everybody who's chasing him over the river. So we'll see how that goes this week. But we put together a video of some things that have been happening and some quotes from some of the kids and just everything that's been happening at Hayes so far this year.
Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome when we live in our dream. Everything is better when we stick together. Side by side, you and I gonna win forever. Let's party forever. We're the same, I'm like you, you're like me. We're all working in harmony. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of the team. Everything is awesome when we live in our dream.
3, 2, 1, go. Have you heard the news? Everyone's talking. Life is good cause everything's awesome. Lost my job, that's a new opportunity. More free time for my awesome community. I feel more awesome than an awesome possum. Dip my body in chocolate frosting. 3 years later I shot the frosting. Smelling like a blossom, everything is awesome. Stepped in mud, got new brown shoes. It's awesome to win and it's awesome to lose. Awesome to lose. Awesome to lose. Awesome to lose.
Everything is better when we stick together. Side by side, you and I gonna win forever. Let's party forever. We're the same, I'm like you, you're like me. We're all working in harmony. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of the team. Everything is awesome when we live in our dreams.
Blue skies, bouncy springs. We just named 2 awesome things. A Nobel Prize, a piece of string. You know what's awesome? Everything. Dogs and fleas. Allergies. A book of Greek antiquities. Brand new pants. A very old vest. Awesome items are the best. Trees, frogs, clogs. They're awesome. Rocks, clocks, and socks. They're awesome. Figs and jigs and twigs. That's awesome. Everything you see or think or say is awesome.
Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of the team. Everything is awesome when we live in our dream. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome when we live in our dream. Everything is better when we stick together. Side by side, you and I gonna win forever. Let's party forever. We're the same, I'm like you, you're like me. We're all working in harmony. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome when we live in our dream.
3, 2, 1, go. Have you heard the news? Everyone's talking. Life is good cause everything's awesome. Lost my job, it's a new opportunity. More free time for my awesome community. I feel more awesome than an awesome possum. Dip my body in chocolate frosting. 3 years later, wash off the frosting. Smelling like a blossom. Everything is awesome. Stepped in mud, got new brown shoes. It's awesome to win and it's awesome to lose. Awesome to lose. Awesome to lose.
Everything is better when we stick together. Side by side.
I was just gonna mention too, we just had a family STEAM night with the winter theme, and we had 120 people show up or more. That's 120 signed in, and we did all kinds of STEAM projects and with their families, so that was really fun. Is any questions?
I imagine there might be. Any questions by the board? Director DeSalvo.
How did you come up with the different ideas? They looked amazing.
Various things, internet, think of them myself, Pinterest, a lot from Pinterest. The other day, one of the kids said, we're doing traits and genetics with 3rd grade, and we did make their own bugs based on these traits thing, and they said, we should make like a Pegasus or something. So today we did a make-believe, take 2 real animals and they get to make a make-believe animal, and then they're going to make it out of everything in our maker space. And I didn't mention that, but like in the back of our library, we have a whole area, we call it our maker space area, and that's where all of our supplies and everything is. So the kids can go back there and take whatever they need to make whatever they want based on our projects.
Nice. It looks fantastic. Keep up the
It
great
is.
work.
The kids love it.
Wonderful.
So
Thank
we're
you.
excited.
Anybody else? Director Kluhl.
Anticipated that I had a question or something. I guess I do. The makerspace, that's great. Is that directed, or does a student just go back there when they feel the need to make something? Or
During STEAM, like if we just had 2nd grade, for instance, made habitats, and so they all get on different paces. You know that about kids, and so we'd be like one of my paras back there, and they could go back there if they were ready to develop their habitat, or they might be still on the computer, so they can go back there and use it whenever they need to. Like right now, they're making 5th grade's doing brain games, creating their own brain games based on that TV show. So they're back there. I need this to do our, project or whatever. So they can go back there whenever they need anything during that time.
Director Dickman is going to lead a book discussion later this evening on innovators, Tony Wagner. And what you're doing here is exactly what he talks about in terms of enhancing creativity in students, and his contention that school doesn't have to be work. It doesn't have to be drudgery. It can be fun.
Yes.
And you are doing exactly that. Fun and learning at the same time.
One of my 5th graders told the AEA came out one day to see what we do, and told them the best part is we get to be creative and we get to think like adults, and if we're wrong or it doesn't work right, we can try again, and Mrs. Couch makes it fun. So
And that's a huge part of it, isn't it? That, it's not that you're making mistakes. These are simply iterations.
yep.
It's a whole different way. We talked about words and how we use words. Mistakes and risk is sometimes looked down upon, but if we call them iterations, that's good. That's what we want our students to do. Well, I think it's great. I have to tell you, as a principal, I have to be concerned that I'm giving up time, for these things that look like so much fun. And you've got other kids walking in and teachers wondering what is going on in there and how does that relate to the Common Core. But you're able to do that, and obviously you feel comfortable.
I want to speak to that
No.
real quick. I just want to speak to that. The teachers have been so complimentary of what Christy has done because it has taken a ton of time. And so often science experiments take so long, and engineering, and we've talked about robotics, and we've talked about Lego leagues and all of these next steps. And the teachers just appreciate she's taking the time and dedicating it to these things that the kids really want to do. Because truly, as a teacher, when you've got so many things to do, setting up for science experiments might not be the easiest thing to take a next step with. But Christy's getting all of that in, so it's pretty awesome, 30 minutes a day. And the kids that aren't getting it, can you just speak to that real quick? For the kids that are not proficient in reading when they're seeing it?
They're getting it, like this week is STEAM week in the library, so today we did a survivor thing. In 3rd grade, they had to try to build some kind of fort to protect them if they were stranded on a desert island. 2nd grade did pipe cleaner towers. They had to figure out how to use pipe cleaners to make the tallest tower. So we just do all kinds of different things. At least once a month I try to do that, if not more often.
That's great that it's widespread within the Hayes community. Now, the last thing is just that, I've often thought about all of the remedial things that we're doing in school, and I'm wondering what the kids that are proficient are doing, and here it is, and it makes me happy.
Yes. It makes me happy too.
Yes. All of us.
Any more? Director Gosa.
I'm going to beat Director Snyder to this, but that was awesome.
Oh, thank you.
And now I'm going to go home and watch the Lego movie. But do you find you get 100% participation from the students in there, or do you have some that kind of...
More than likely, yes. Every once in a while you have a kid that's like, oh, I don't want to try this. I'm like, just try. Or it's too hard. I'm like, just try. And you can ask a partner, or you can work in groups when you do it. That's the best thing about this is we let them work in teams a lot of times so that they have all the brain power together. And then we do some things individually. But, yeah, they really... Most of all, I have only had one kid say, I don't want to do this. And we talked to him. We said, this is a privilege. And if you don't, then, well, you can go back. And he's like, okay, I want to do it. So, yeah, once he saw how fun it was, then he wanted to stay. So
now he's more involved with it then?
yeah. And the kids that are there go back to class and tell the other kids how great it is. So we're hoping this will help with the get some more kids proficient, seeing what they can do when they're proficient.
Again, awesome job. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Director Dickman.
Kind of beat me to the punch there. I was going to ask if this has turned into a motivational tool yet. If you have kids saying, oh, we made fossils, and then, there's kind of a kid who's on the borderline where they're almost at proficient, it gives them that last little bit of motivation they need to
I'm
bump it
hoping.
up.
We have our testing at the end of January to find out, so we're hoping.
Fingers crossed. It sure
Yes.
sounds like it.
Director Snyder.
If I heard you right, they get 30 minutes a day for this. And you had said that sometimes they work alone and sometimes they work in groups. Have you been able to pick up, just out of curiosity, do the kids prefer on some of these projects to work alone, or are they preferring to work in groups?
It just depends. And sometimes I say you can work in groups or by yourself, so you can decide. And I have a few that like to really work by themselves, but then I have some that are gung-ho on working with their friends or a group. I don't assign groups. I let them kind of pick their own, but then I see what each individual is doing and make sure they're all contributing. So
They look like they were all pretty into it and interested. And
oh yeah.
I would have etten the marshmallows, the gumdrops, and
Oh, they all wanted
little
to.
walrus whiskers out of the sticks, and then got an invitation to your office. But they all look like they were really into it, and that's pretty cool. Because anytime you can get away from paper and pencil and think outside the box, it's a good thing.
And we still do some paper and pencil because we do research. Like they had to research their habitats in 2nd grade and research life cycles to write a book and draw comics that went with life cycles of a insect or a plant. So we do all kinds of stuff.
Good. Thank you.
Director Hayes.
I was going to comment on the marshmallows and the gumdrops, but Director Snyder beat me to the punch. I thought that was an interesting use of materials there, but not many of them get used or were they eaten?
Oh, they used them. We made sure they used them before they could eat them.
Okay.
We're like, no eating.
Anybody else? Okay, well, I wanted to just say a couple things. One is these kinds of showcases make me wish I was a kid again. It really does. It's like, yeah, I wish I could have thought like that and had somebody showing me things like that. Another piece, though, that I wanted to just acknowledge is the leadership from the principal and from the superintendent. I think it's just amazing to allow these things and to encourage these types of activities. And so I want to thank you, especially Christy and Sarah, for everything you've done in helping all of our students. So thanks very much. And thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, next is our upcoming events. Director Dickman, would you please read those for us?
Gladly. On December 23rd through through January 4th, there will be no school. December 24th and 25th, we will be closed for the holiday. December 31st and January 1st, we will all be closed for the holiday. January 4th at 5:30 p.m., there will be Committee of the Whole, ASC, Jim Hester Boardroom. January 5th at 4 o'clock will be the Legislative Advocacy Meeting, ASC Executive Boardroom. January 6th at 4 p.m. will be the Policy Committee, ASC Executive Boardroom. January 11th, 6 p.m., regular meeting, the ASC Jim Hester Boardroom. January 18th will be closed for Martin Luther King Day. January 19th at 5:30 p.m. will be the LZAC, which is Local School Improvement Advisory Committee, in the ASC Jim Hester Boardroom. And January 25th at 6 p.m. will be the regular meeting, ASC Jim Hester Boardroom.
Thank you very much. Next is open forum. Open forum is a time for members of the community to give input at a board meeting regarding school district issues or concerns. Individuals who want to speak should fill out an open forum request and give it to the board secretary prior to open forum. The board will not act on any issue presented during open forum if it was not published as an agenda item. The Iowa Open Meetings Law prohibits action on any issue that is not on the agenda. The president will set the amount of time allowed for individuals to speak during open forum. The board asks that no charges or complaints be made against individual employees of the district or community during open forum. Remarks that reflect negatively on the character or motives of any person will be called out of order. We have 9 open forum requests this evening, and I'll read the first 5. When you come up, please give us your name and address at the microphone, and each of you will have 2 minutes to speak. We'll start with Ralph Kelly, Nathan Defoe, Scott Tunnicliffe, Cindy Winkler, and David Bitterman Jr. We'll start with those. Ralph, you want to start?
Good evening. My name is Ralph Kelly. I live at 223 East 15th Street in Davenport, Iowa. I'm so happy to be here and see all of you. I appreciate all the efforts and studies and time spent with the Hilltop group, as well as individually scheduled meetings that I had that I couldn't make. But I would like to ask in regards to 2 things tonight. The first is that you really look at the Hilltop and the boundaries and the surrounding areas relating to the poverty of those families and how it's going to embrace either improvement or take away financial gains by shuffling those students that are attending JB. I know that there's a lot of issues that you have to consider busing also daycare. But safety, walking the streets at this time of night, after practices, after buses had let them back off here, because from my understanding, it would still be the drop-off point. But safety, parents not being able to provide as they should, or caretakers that are taking on those roles now is one point. The other one is that how do we build the hilltop when we're taking out a very valid resource that families look at when they're relocating? How do we take out a school? So take into consideration what Dr. Tate had mentioned in the 3 examples, being able to leave at least 150 students there in the academy school. That would give some vital example of motivation, leadership, as far as families that are up and coming or relocating to this area, someplace to start their roots. One, and I know I'm probably over time, but if you look at the hilltop, there's several churches that are here. They've been here for over 175 years. They didn't move. They stuck with what it is that they believed in. They made it work. They found a way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Next is Nathan Defoe.
Nathan Defoe, 1824 East 11th Street. I just kind of want to echo what Ralph was saying. Maybe the district has acted a little quickly in drawing the boundaries for redistricting and redistributing the students at J.B. Young. The boundaries seem to echo a certain level of economic segregation, okay, where any student who lives below 12th, below 14th, is being moved to a school that already has a significantly high poverty rate. Smart. Okay. The distance is also a significant issue. Okay. Having students who are in a neighborhood on the east side of town attend a intermediate school on the west side of town seems like a mistake. Okay. As we said in the opening statements, we want to reduce the impacts of poverty as much as possible. Okay. I am a teacher at J.B. Young. I deal with poverty every single day. Okay. Poverty takes more than just equal numbers. Okay. The idea of having a school like Smart Intermediate full of impoverished students equal to a school like Sudlow, which has a significantly lower poverty rate, being equal, okay, is kind of like comparing apples and oranges. Okay? There's no equality there just because the same number of students attend both intermediate schools. Okay? So I would encourage you to vote not to have these boundaries set the way they are set. Okay? Look at them again. Take the time necessary to look at all of the Davenport Community School District intermediate boundaries and redraw not just the J.B. Young boundaries, but more than that. Okay? Spend the time talking to the community, okay? Which I'm inferring to what the director said. It did not sound like the community was very happy with the way it was drawn, although we haven't heard a report yet tonight. Okay, I'm sure that was my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Next is Scott Tunnicliffe.
Scott had to leave. I think I'm next, maybe.
Oh, okay. I apologize. You say Scott did leave?
He had to leave.
Okay, yeah. Cindy, you're after Scott.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, and Maria, want to wish you good luck in your job as an alderman. That's wonderful for you. I do want to take a minute. I have 2 granddaughters with me this evening.
Cindy,
Introduce myself, Cindy
your
Winkler.
name and address.
6 Thody Court in Davenport, right at the end of 4th Street, where 4th Street turns into Telegraph Road. Haley and Evelyn, will you stand up for just a quick minute? They're here with me this evening. They're here from Bloomington, Illinois. So I am here this evening to give you a little briefing on potential legislative session because it starts on January 11th, and this will be the last school board meeting that I will be attending until we adjourn. The governor will probably be releasing his budget within the first week of session, and the legislature then has 30 days from the release of his budget to pass supplemental state aid. Now, we're a year behind for FY17. We must pass it in both chambers in the same form and have the governor sign it in order to meet the law. We're a year behind for FY17. I am hoping that we will not only take care of FY17, but FY18. Last week on Thursday, the Revenue Estimating Conference met and projected a 4% increase in general fund revenue over this current year, which means that we have an additional $261.8 million to work with. Supplemental state aid will be my first priority, but the second priority, and in conjunction with that, will be the funding equity issue. I have two bills that I have requested to be drafted. One, I'm sorry, may I continue? Okay, thank you. I'll speed it up. One is the bill that was similar to last year and potentially the same one that the Youth Congress has introduced. All but 18 of the 336 school districts would have the opportunity to raise their per pupil funding up to the $175 coming out of their cash reserves. Of those 18 districts, 6 are already at $175 above the state cost per pupil, and the other 13 districts do not have the cash reserve. They are actually operating in the red and do not have the cash reserve to be able to do that. This particular proposal has been opposed by the Farm Bureau, and so it makes it very difficult to pass that, although it would be an immediate solution. The second bill is the request from the Iowa Association of School Boards and the Urban Education Network that was presented at our interim equity study on December 2nd. It would raise the spending authority an additional $20 per person over whatever is set at the supplemental state aid. At that particular rate, it would take 9 years to get the equity, but we would be on our way, and it might be doable. I'm committed to both of these issues, adequate funding and funding equity. I hope that the legislation is successful in moving forward, but I have to be honest with you, it will take a lot of community support. And it's more than letters of support or emails. It means physically lobbying for that piece of legislation. As a state representative from House District 90, I'll continue to represent the needs of the community. And since October, I have attended the school board meetings along with other community members offering support for a more comprehensive community plan. First, to advocate for equitable educational opportunities for all Davenport students, and second, to recognize that the decisions of the school board have a lasting impact on the greater Davenport community, and vice versa. It's been a learning process, different board, different rules and regulations. I'm optimistic that the expertise of the community members that have offered their support will be recognized because we are committed to this community and we believe that every student matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Next is David Bitterman, Jr.
Good evening. David Bitterman, 4415 Fairhaven Road, Davenport, Iowa. I have the privilege to be here tonight to honor all of these young ladies and parents that are in the audience. Girls, would you please stand up? This is just a few of the young ladies that are part of the Central softball program. 4 years ago, I was tasked with the honor of helping Coach English with the softball program at Central. In those 4 years, we have gone from 9 softball players to a program of over 90. And that's huge. That's huge. However, our facility has not progressed with the number of girls that we have in our program. It is drastically outdated. It is drastically in poor condition. Safety hazard in a lot of ways. The press box is not stable. It when the wind blows, you're up in that press box and it wobbles. There are caverns up underneath where the concrete is at that people could hide up underneath there and you not be able to find them. We have a field that is unlevel. To play a high school game on it can be rather difficult in that task as a result of that. As we grow our program, we want these girls to feel proud of the facilities that we have for them, and that they can be proud of not only the school, but that facility, and be honored to walk on that field and say that they are a future Blue Devil or a Blue Devil. Tonight you will be tasked with, somebody will be presenting later on in the meeting, funding to help restore that field. I encourage you to vote yes and allow the girls that are there today and the future of the program to have a facility that they can be proud of, play on safely, and learn and have the opportunities that the other schools do have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Next we have Michael Argsberger, Holly English, Scott Pearson, Cindy Volkwardson, John DeTay, and Rita Rawson. We'll start with Michael.
I'm Michael Augsburger. I live at 1330 East 10th Street. I'm here to echo some of the things that Nathan said about the JB boundaries, but I guess while he was very measured, I'm pretty angry about it. There are two reasons for this. One, the way that you've redrawn the boundaries. It seems like, just like the boundary redraw a couple of years ago, it seemed you just sort of looked at a piece of paper and drew where numbers went. You took a horizontal swath from J.B. Young, which for us causes a personal problem and I think a larger social problem. The personal problem is we're a half a mile from Sudlow, and my fourth grader apparently is going to be busing 4 or 5 miles to Smart. That's very frustrating to me. But more importantly, for the district and for your concerns, you had a school, Young, that was struggling in large part because it was badly boundaried, because you took the three most impoverished elementary schools in the district and you moved them to one intermediate school. And what you're doing now is you take the J.B. Young and you take the two-thirds poorest part of the J.B. Young district, and you're going to shove it over to Smart, which is already now going to be the most impoverished school in the district. This large horizontal swath that you took south of Locust it's a badly planned way of thinking about how to move these people to a new school. It doesn't serve them. It doesn't serve the district as a whole. And I don't really understand why you think that the problems that J.B. Young suffered under aren't going to be the same problems that Smart's going to have. If you take the poorest elementary districts in the district and put them in one elementary school. So I would urge you to rethink this. Look at the district. There is a way. I was looking at the map tonight. You can shift some people in the rest of the district, as Nathan was suggesting. You can have people anyone who's within a mile of a school is going to go to that school. but you take that south of Locust District and you divide it between Sudlow on the east end and Williams in the middle and Smart on the other end, and you have a much more balanced economic situation in the school districts, and you're not going to be talking about Smart struggling in 3 or 4 years the same way that we were talking about J.B. Young struggling. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Next is Holly English.
Holly English, live at 329 West Columbia. Here to obviously talk about the softball facility. The field is in dire need of some sort of attention. It's been that way since I have come on board. This is now going into my 4th year, and I know it was that way prior to me taking this position. In taking this position, I knew going into it that it was going to be an uphill battle, that I got into it for the long-term reasons and to get the most kids through as possible. Like Dave said, the youth program went from 9 to 90. Okay, we've got a good problem. We've got a problem, but we've got a good problem. Okay, and it's figuring out how we get these kids the opportunity, the same opportunity as the rest of the conference schools. You know, we're just asking for a facility that is up to par with the rest of the conference and let alone the district. We by far have the worst facility within the conference. We have obviously parents and kids invested in this. They took time out of their day today to come here. I can't even express this would not be happening if it was not for these parents that are involved in doing things. We've been able to keep costs down for our feeder, for our youth kids. I would say that we are probably the lowest cost in the conference as far as getting kids club time, ASA time, which only progresses. So we've been able to build, and we've been able to build at a fairly cheap cost. The upgrades that we're asking for at this point are fairly minimal. In the overall scheme, like Dave said, there's, you know, the field is not level. We have a lot of drainage issues. It's just kind of been neglected. We're just asking again to get on par with the rest of the conference and give these kids a little bit of something to have some pride in. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Next is Scott Pearson.
Just getting my voice back. Scott Pearson, 6516 Woodland Court. My daughter is one of those that have been on the feeder team for the past 3 years. She's now a freshman and very much enjoys going to the different fields. But unfortunately, the safety of our field right now is inadequate. Like they've been talking about with the dugouts, the field and the drainage, none of the dugouts themselves are adequately built for safety and for the players themselves. They're not large enough for the teams that are coming in town to participate in the softball games. The spectators, again, have a difficulty coming into the field and or parking. There's no parking at all up there. You've got the street, you've got doors opening, and you've got cars going 25, 30 miles an hour. There isn't any real good ADA parking or facilities for the handicap. There are a few parents that do participate and come in through that ramp that's there, but I don't believe it's to code. Other fields, again, like Holly said, in the district, have much more facilities and have the dugouts and the concession stands and adequate bathrooms and water. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Next is Cindy Volkordson.
My name is Cindy Volkordson. I live at 2141 West 30th Street. I'm speaking on behalf of the Central Girls from an alumni standpoint. I am a 1987 graduate of Davenport Central. I played 3 varsity sports when I was there, one being softball. As a child, I grew up through Grant and JB and then on to Central because I lived, hi Jamie, I lived right over by St. Ambrose. And as a child through Grant, knew I was going to come through Central, and my parents started feeding me red and blue all through my life. I've been doing that now to my daughter, who is currently at Williams. She doesn't bleed red and white, unfortunately, for West. She bleeds red and blue, and that's why she plays for Central. The building, the Central School building, has gone through tremendous changes, and it looks wonderful. First time I stepped foot on the softball field a couple of summers ago, I was like, oh my gosh, this field has not changed in 30 years. It really is a shame. I cannot say that I'm proud to take anybody over there to watch a softball game, which is too bad, because what we're trying to do is instill pride in our girls, give them some confidence, and give them something to look forward to in the future. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Next is John Dete.
I'm John Dete. I'm a proud 1979 graduate of Central High School. It's great to see Blue Devils in the house. Later on, you're going to be voting on, or discussing, 1110 East High Street. Born and raised on the corner of East High and Cary for 54 years. Later on, you'll be voting to continue to review option C, which is the superintendent's recommendation to continue to look at the AVID program at JB Young. And our group, that you have taken the time to read our multiple emails and meet with us in person and to talk with us on the phone, appreciate that time and attention that you've given to us. And we support that you continue to look at that recommendation. We are really excited about JB continuing to be an academy, serving not only residents and students and families of the Central City, but hopefully drawing young people from different neighborhoods who have heard about the AVID program and would like to have their young people in that program. So we support the recommendation to just continue to look at that and to really talk with each other, talk with members of the community, engage parents, and really generate some excitement about what that program can mean to the entire city. We believe it maintains that feeder pattern from Madison to JB to Central. There's already an AVID program at Central. If the JB Young students who are in the AVID program currently don't have another AVID program to go to, all of that investment, all that growth will have been lost. We believe that the Academy provides another opportunity for the school board to really look hard at the educational corridor that already exists in the Central City. You've got St. Ambrose, Genesis, Palmer, Madison, Scott Community College, all with resources, all with willingness to help the Davenport schools revitalize JB Young. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And next is Rita Rawson.
Good evening. It's not good for a tall person. I'm following up on John's comments, again in support of continuing to look at the AVID program. And I'm also here to thank the board members for meeting with us last week. That's much appreciated, the committee that's looking for possible reuses for JB Young. And I'd like to formally request, Rita Rawson, 1225 Arlington Avenue. Thank you. Just down the street from JB Young. Would like to formally request that the board use your policy number 102.02 to establish a board advisory committee to discuss the reuse of JB Young. We are looking at the committee being made up of a diversity of representatives from the city of Davenport, including City Council, as well as Davenport Community Schools, parents, Genesis, St. Ambrose, Palmer, Scott Community College, business leaders, members from the philanthropic community, as well as other community and faith leaders. Our fundamental goal is we really want you to invest in our community and not divest. We have a commitment to the community, and as I said before, I don't have children in the school system, but it does matter to me what happens to J.B. Young. It's important, and I want us to work together as a team going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. I want to say thank you to everybody, all of you here. It's really important for you to be at a meeting like this, and when some of you stood up on behalf of the softball complex, it really is important, whether or not you get up here and speak. I wanted to thank also one of our state representatives, Representative Cindy Winkler from District 90 was up here talking, and it's important for our representatives and for our city leaders to be here as well, as Rita just stood up. But all of you, I wanted to thank Ralph, Nathan, Cindy, David, Michael, Holly, Scott, Cindy, John, and Rita for coming up here, speaking to the board. All of your words are really, really important, and your thoughts, and the board really appreciates all of your thoughts. So thank you for coming forward, and thank you for participating in our open forum. We'll move on to approval of the consent agenda. May I have a motion?
Mr. President,
Director Snyder.
I move that the board approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll call for the vote. Director Snyder?
Yes.
Director Dickman?
Yes.
Director Kluhl?
Yes.
Director Hayes?
Yes.
Director DeSalvo?
Yes.
Director Gosa?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding approval of bills?
Mr. President,
Director Kluhl.
move that the board approve the following resolution regarding the approval of bills. The resolution is as follows. Resolved that all claims presented to the board, having been duly certified as correct by the secretary, reviewed by the administration and board members, and they are hereby audited and allowed as just claims and warrants drawn in the treasury for the several amounts. Further resolved, the payment of claims and salaries be approved as presented for the period of November 19th, 2015 through December 9th, 2015, with the following voided check, that being check number 333235, payable to Pleasant Valley Community Schools in the amount of $131,246.89. The reason being that was voided and replaced. Part of the check should have gone to the Durant School District.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director Kluhl?
Yes.
Director Hayes?
Yes.
Director Snyder?
Yes.
Director Dickman?
Yes.
Director DeSalvo?
Yes.
Director Gosa?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Superintendent report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I noticed we had a couple other student board members come in. So, Izzy, do you or Gabe have anything you'd like to report? Go ahead.
This Wednesday, our urban farm students will be traveling to John Deere to present our urban farm project to the John Deere executives. And Elise Kell from the RME will be playing the blues during lunch tomorrow to help build interest in a new course of offering next term's history of music and its impact on society. The class will be studying music in the United States from the Civil War to the present, and includes partnership with the RME, which will be bringing in musicians throughout the course. And finally, the Mid-City Iowa Youth Congress is really excited as we have received a copy of our bill to equalize funding for all school districts in Iowa. It is TLSB 5161YH, and we have sent a copy to Dr. Tate, and I have copies for you guys, so, I mean, if you guys like it, we would ask you to support us for the upcoming legislators. So, I do have handouts, so
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you. Gabe, anything? Lorraine did a pretty good job of covering everything.
I heard it.
Okay.
Great job.
Thank you. I think everyone knows that one of the largest challenges our district has been facing for years has been the large dropout rate, or actually the better way to think about it is a graduation rate that was not going up. And we've been working on that very hard. We had a dropout task force that has been meeting for 4 years. We're in our 5th year now. We're actually calling it a graduation advocates group because we want to try to take the positive side of it, although there certainly is a balance. And that group working together has done a great job of cutting the dropout rate, increasing the graduation rate steadily. But still, we have 3 or almost 4% of our students who drop out. And I don't like to think about numbers. I like to think about the human lives of not only the students, but the family and the way it affects the community. And so when we meet as a dropout task force or a graduation advocate group, we talk about, and this is the question, what more can we do? What more do the students need from us? And more importantly is, how can we change? Because it's got to be something that we're doing or not doing that somehow affects many of these students to drop out of school or not come back. And one of the things that kept occurring in all the task forces and groups I'm with, what do we got to change? What's got to happen? And it turns out to be, we have to have a better relationship between administrators, teachers, and students. And my question was, where do we go to get that course? What book do we read to be better relating to our students? And Marlo Clark has been a member of our group, and he works at the Scott County Family Y. He's one of the program directors there. And he came up with an idea one day while we were brainstorming of, let's have students tell administrators and teachers about themselves and about how they feel, and then ask the question, now that you know, how will you change? Because it is us who has to change. We have some very difficult students in very difficult situations, and we have to work with them. And Marlo pointed that out, and he suggested that he could get students together who would be willing to testify and to tell people their story. And Mike Mickle and Harry Walker from Mickle Communications volunteered their time to make this happen. So we have some very, very brave students who told their story, and we call it the faceless video because you can see a portion of them, you can hear them talking, but you can't necessarily identify who they are, and they told their story. And we took that video and gave it out to the schools, and the first part of the year I required that each principal use that at one of their professional development meetings with every teacher, and that the question after that would be, now that we know, what are we going to do about it? And tonight I'd like to show that video, and then I'd like to have Marlo and Mike and Harry to come up, and they may have a few words and you may have some questions. I see some young children in the audience, and I want to let you know some of this is fairly raw. So parents, you can decide whether you want them to leave or perhaps be ready to explain a little bit later. But this is what we need to hear. And at this time, I'd like to go ahead and show the video.
It was a hard time. you're kind of nothing when you're homeless.
I missed a lot of school because if I did find a place to stay, it was too far away from the school, or I couldn't get a ride, or I was stuck out wherever I was. So I missed a lot of school because of that. I lost some hope about school, thinking that I couldn't do it.
You didn't find a place to sleep at night, so you were up all night trying to figure it out, and then, or you're trying to move your stuff out of the place that you were at, because like when I moved in with my sister and stuff, she texted me while I was at school at like 12 and said, you have 24 hours to get all your stuff out for evaluation, because she didn't like that she couldn't use me anymore.
The first thing that I had to deal with was going to trial for my rape case against my grandpa, and then was getting raped again, still knowing that he's out there and he could easily be doing it to somebody else, and having to still go to school a week after that happened and getting fired from my job at UPS because of it.
From my life, I didn't necessarily know poverty as much. I knew the struggle. My mom, single mom, my dad was in prison.
He'd leave me in the house with these people who would like molest me every day. They'd try to put me a part of like their weird sexual orientated games and stuff, and it was just very, very uncomfortable. One time he threatened to drill my brains out with a drill. He actually slammed my head on a little plastic table.
It looks genuine. Not being rude or nasty or anything like that, just caring for me and what I need to do to finish her class and get her assignments in, her being concerned when I'm having a bad day.
When they show me that they're paying attention to me. So like it's not in their words, it's in their actions.
Compassion. I mean, I like whenever a teacher treats you like an individual rather than just a paycheck.
Like they respect your struggles that you're going through, and they understand. They understand, I guess.
I don't know, just not be like sneaky or something. It's not that hard to get me to trust you. You just, if you're given trust, don't like take it away. And that's not that hard.
Because I know I have to get through high school in order to move on with my life and do the things that I'm, or what I desire to do.
That like everything will work out in my favor, and that like everything will be okay.
Is I walk in and I know I can go to this room and chill out and before school starts, because I get there kind of early too.
I guess I wanted to hear more about how it'll be okay and I'll make it through life, and how I can survive being in the state of mind that I was when I was younger and the state of mind that I am now.
What I needed to hear was I can help you is the thing. Like everyone's always saying, oh, it gets better, or don't worry, or I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't change anything. Sorry doesn't make anything better. It just gives apathy. I needed someone to say, I can help you, and actually mean it. Because that's, actions, only actions can help prevent other actions. And honestly, no comforting words could get me through a lot of the pain that went on in my life.
So, Marlo Clark, Mike Mickle, Harry Walker, how about coming up? Thank you for being here, and thank you for this project. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. So I'm Marlo Clark from the Y, and I didn't know we'll be speaking, but I just saw, the video came about. I'm from Barbados. I moved around to help kids, and I wanted to help all the kids in Davenport, just kids in my program. How do we do that? We help the teachers understand the teachers want to do well, but they learn to teach math and English, not to how to teach kids who are difficult sometimes. So I want to find a way to really put it together. And Dr. Tate has been a great partner with us to allow us to do some things that are a bit different usually, but it's gone pretty well. I want to tell you about the kids in the video. The ones they're from. So I work at the Y. I run the Y Achievers program, which works with 140 kids in the school district. The kids in the video, 2 of them are going to Iowa State next year. One in January and one in June. 2 more of them are finishing high school in January early as well. So they are doing well. I went to them. I told them one day, I wanna help you change the world. It's a very simple concept, one video, but if every teacher sees it, some teachers will take something from it and gain some kind of knowledge from it. So they're very happy to do it. And they ask questions about how it's going constantly. And teachers come to me and say, were those your kids? So it's very good that they can come in. It's actually working, and the teachers are gaining from it as well. And the last thing is I work at the Y, but the Y wants to help as many as possible. It's not just people in Y programs. We work for the school district, with the police force. If you want to work with us, if you want to help kids as well, we don't know everything, but we want to help others to understand as well and share what we know and learn from others as well. I know Maria is a very good friend of mine, and she was in my office for 3 hours about 2 months ago talking to 3 of my boys who are gang involved and how they got there, and then what was the moment they went off the wheels. Was it freshman year of high school? How do we change that? So people want to help, and this video is one way to do that, but the other ways as well, we want to work with other people towards helping more kids in the future as well.
I'm Mike Mickle with Mickle Communications, and our company started 12 and a half years ago with QC Family Focus magazine, and we started with 5,000 copies our first month. And one of the first school districts to come on board to partner with us was the Davenport School District, and you remain a very important part of the equation for us. 12 and a half years later, our kids are growing up, and they were really the catalyst for us starting it. We are passionate about families, and the mission of the magazine is to promote healthy, happy families. We're at 31,200 copies per month now, reaching every family in close to 100 area schools, daycares and preschools across the area. So when we started the video production company 6 years ago, we knew that we wanted it to continue that mission. And so being allowed to do a video like this means a lot to us. It's not an easy video to watch. It's not at all. But some conversations just need to be had, and this is one that needed to be had. One of the next projects, we're working with some of your students right now. They're actually going to be on a task force for us. In late March or early April, we will have an hour-long documentary on teen suicide and depression. It will be followed by a 30-minute roundtable discussion that the teens will lead and the adults will listen. Because what we're finding with talking to the kids is they don't want to hear from a bunch of people our age about what they should be feeling or what they should be doing. So in the months leading up to that, you'll probably be hearing some stuff about a campaign called We All Have Stuff. And it's going to be students telling us what their stuff is, whether it's anxiety, depression, maybe they have kidney problems, maybe they have a heart issue, maybe they have problems studying. And the common theme through all of these YouTube videos will be, we all have stuff, so let's help each other. So that's the next project, and we look forward to partnering with you on that, as well as other projects in the future. Feel free to contact us if there's a need out there. We want to be a part of it. And if you have any questions, I do want to say, I don't know how much Harry will talk because he does not like the spotlight to be on him, but I think his heart shows with that video because he was really the mastermind behind it, and he really does care about this community and the kids in it. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for Mike? Director Klohl.
Well, Mike, I think you're exactly right. The conversation has to start someplace, so let us start it, and you've done that. Very frank and direct video. I know that teachers have appreciated it. It's been supportive for them, helped them to understand. Sometimes, you know, I had an occasion to be talking about poverty with somebody, and this person said, you know, you just don't get it. He took me a couple blocks away to a home where poverty was an everyday occurrence, and I saw things in that house that I never could have imagined. So inasmuch as most of us are not going to ever have that opportunity, I think through this vicarious opportunity, with this film and the eyes and the mouths that you've shown, people have a way of understanding that this is a conversation that we do need to begin, and we all need to be part of that conversation. Thank you.
Very welcome. I agree. It will be very easy, would be very easy for many of us to go home tonight to our warm home and our table filled with food and climb back into our bubble. But I think it's time that we realize that there are many children in our community that don't have that option.
Director Dickman.
I think that sometimes we wonder just how effective our words and our ideas are. But especially watching that video, I think that it's a really big reminder of just how important our words are, and being able for those students to be able to communicate. This is what it's really like, because there are many people out there that haven't seen the true hopelessness and the horror of poverty and the things that I mean, these are our students. This is not half a world away. This is our community right here. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart, at least, for the time and the energy, and I'm sure the emotional resources that you've put into working on this, and whatever we can do to help share your message, and then also for working on the teen suicide, because that's an issue that we never want to wait until it's too late to work on. We want to reach out to those kids and let them know someone cares, that we want to work with them to make it better. So thank you.
Thank you. We do keep hearing from the experts that we have a tendency to be reactive rather than proactive. And so we're hoping by initiating the conversation, maybe we can be more proactive.
Anybody else? Director DeSalvo.
I would just reiterate what Director Dickman said. Thank you for doing this. It's very, very powerful. Obviously, I'm sure you've heard that before, but what you're doing is tremendous, and we can't thank you enough. I know you're thanking us for taking your magazine, and I think the thanks needs to go to you. So thanks for the work and effort. It was truly amazing.
We appreciate it. It's a very strong partnership.
Director Hayes.
And again, I too want to say thank you, and you are right. It's not easy, but it's real. And I think this really just kind of scratched the surface of it. There are young people that you interact with every day that you have no idea what their struggles are. And I think to see this and to be mindful that things like that are happening, that administration, teachers would tend to be more compassionate to the needs and, not be so quick to jump to conclusions about what's not being done, but rather than why is it not being done and try to solve it.
We could not agree more. We were very involved with the Trauma Informed Care Consortium and looking at adverse childhood experiences. And it's very easy as parents to walk into a classroom and witness a rowdy child and say, what's wrong with that kid? Why are they allowing that behavior? As opposed to what's going on that's causing this young man or this young lady to behave this way, and what sort of help do they need? And we're hoping that cosa will become more prevalent within the community.
Anybody else? Director Gosa.
I guess I would just like to say what everybody else said. You guys did a great job. And Marlo, I just thought you hung out in the pool at the Y. I didn't realize you were doing all this.
We got him away for 15 minutes. That's what.
Harry, were you going to say anything?
Yes, thank you.
No? Okay, anybody else? All right.
Thank you all.
We want to thank all of you, Mike and Harry, and especially Marlo. It sounds like this was your brainchild, right? And we really, really appreciate
Yes.
it. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Also,
all right.
Also, my boss, Deb, came tonight. She's the one that brought me to the country in the first place. She allowed me to do all these crazy things. So I want to thank Deb as well, Deb Gustafson, who works at the Y, my boss as well. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Deb. Thank you all.
That completes my report.
All right. Director Kluhl, did you have any comments or not?
In regards to
legislative advocacy. No, legislative advocacy.
I did just want to say a couple words about the bill that Izzy, that you passed out here. I've looked through it. This is about as thorough as you could want. And it so much is in line with what we have done the last 2 years with the Legislative Advocacy Committee. Well, I'm wondering what your time frame is for sending this forward. Are you planning to send it very soon? I mean, Representative Winkler said that the session begins on the 11th of January. What time frame are you looking at? Do you know? Probably fairly soon. The Legislative Advocacy Committee meets quite soon in January, and we would, I think, like to take a look at this, and with the possibility that we might be able to add a letter of support to this. So we will look at this at our January meeting.
Dave, did you have something to say?
I know the answer to your question, Rich. As soon as you guys tell us this is what you need, we'll push it forward right away.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Normally, we don't have a lot of comments to the superintendent's report. Were you done, Director Cool?
I can be. I could go on if you want me to.
No, that's fine. We got plenty to do. I just wanted to comment that tonight, and not in a bad way, it's really in a good way, but I wanted to say that I feel really kind of small tonight. I think with these presentations that have been made at the superintendent's report, Izzy, the work that you and your team has done is astounding. It's just, and it doesn't make me feel bad. It makes me feel really glad that you and the people that you're with, your team members and your leaders like Dave or Mr. Thiede, are doing so much good work. And with Marlo and Mike and Harry, that just is amazing to me. And those are things that we look to try to in some small way, in our way, that we can make inroads in. And I really appreciate all of the work that all of you are doing. And I just wanted to say that it warms the cockles of my heart, and it really does, Director Dickman. So thank you again very much. All right, we'll move on to recognition of departing board member. As a matter of fact, we have one of our board members, Director Dickman, is leaving after this meeting tonight, and we wanted to recognize her. Do we have anything, Mary, ready for her tonight? Okay. So, Maria, why don't you come on up here? Maria's been with us for 2 years, and she is going on to the city council. And so tonight is her last meeting. And so we haven't had the opportunity to enjoy her attendance for a full 4 years, which would be what we would hope, but she's moving on to other things. And we really wanted to say we're really thankful. We've had a lot of interesting discourse over the past couple of years, and we look for diversity. We really do. But I wanted to say thank you on behalf of the board. And there are certain things that go along with this, and some we'll be giving you later. One is a golden pass, which gets you into events for, I think, for life, isn't it? And this is a plaque This is presented to Maria Dickman, Board Director from 2013 to 2015, in appreciation of your commitment to the Davenport School Board and on behalf of the Davenport Community Schools. And I'm going to ask Maria for a few words if she wants to, and then I'll ask the board for any comments as well. But thank you very much, Maria, for everything you've done. Are you going to say a few words for us?
I've got something prepared so I don't rush for too long.
Great, thank you.
Oh, perfect. Great. I'll make sure you put those together.
All right. Well, obviously, thank you to the community and my fellow school board members. And I wrote a whole letter. I won't reread that, but I came up with this, and so here goes. I have the strongest feelings when I talk to or think about our staff, because our staff are the ones who take the policy and the discussions of the board and turn those words into action that impacts the lives of our students and the community. And obviously that's why we're here and why we spend all this time as the students and our community. I'm really sincerely going to miss being part of that process for the district. I hope that through continued advocacy and partnerships that this community can avoid the really detrimental effects of strained resources. But I hope to see that this community can really focus on demanding adequate investment from the state. Advocacy takes a really long time, takes a lot of effort, and dealing with a lot of setbacks, but it's vital not to become discouraged or disengaged. The last official action that I would like to take as a board member is to ask everyone to think in a long-term collaborative manner and to really target their advocacy this legislative session on supplemental state aid. And as an addition, thank you to our student board members and the advocacy that they've done on this issue, because it means a lot coming from them too, and combining all our efforts, I think we can move some mountains.
Okay. Thank you very much, Maria. Are there any comments by board members? Director DeSalvo.
Oh, Maria. I would have to say, Maria got me where I am today, sitting in this chair. My son started advocating a couple years back for block scheduling in the Davenport schools. And we got that saved, although temporarily. But we knew something else was going to have to give. And we couldn't walk away knowing that. And so I emailed all the board members, and Maria was quick to respond, because we said, okay, how can we help? What else do we do? There's a serious problem here with funding. And so Maria and I became friends, I will say, and we spoke a lot. And I even went to her home, and she quickly educated me on the funding issue, very complex issue, and helped me to have a, a town hall meeting to get the community involved, and got my son on board in advocating for this funding issue that's so very serious. So I can't thank you enough, because you have helped us to start moving those mountains, and I know we can do it. And you've done great things on this board, and your representation has been wonderful, and I just watching you in action has been amazing. So thanks what you've done. Thanks for your service. And I'm looking forward to all the help you're going to bring to us when you're sitting on that city council. So best of luck to you. Thank you.
Very good. Anybody else? Director Hayes.
Maria, it's been an interesting 10 months, but I've enjoyed you and we'll miss you. Thanks for all you've done.
Anybody else? Director Kluhl.
Well, I have a confession to make. I, for whatever reason, have always thought of The Sound of Music when I thought of you. And some of you will remember the lyric, "What do you do with a girl named Maria?" Don't spoil this for me. I think it was Sound of Music. It might have been West Side Story, but I think it was Sound of Music. So take a reference to Julie Andrews and appreciate it. I think you should. But I think it has been an interesting 2 years, and we've worked through some issues. I will miss you as somebody who has been as passionate about over-testing as I am, and I hope other board members have listened to your concerns and will continue to listen to mine on that issue. I'll certainly miss seeing little Sadie here, and I still have her, good, I still have her pictures as bookmarks in the books that we've done reading on. I appreciate the work you did in pulling us together on this last book by Tony Wagner, who I did not appreciate much as an author before I read this, but now have a great respect for it and appreciate your leadership with that as well. And look forward to you being our plant on the City Council along with Mike Mattson to represent the schools. And I know that as much as we've appreciated you here, we will appreciate you there too. So thank you very much.
Anybody else? Director Snyder.
Well, we started on this board together a little over 2 years ago, and we haven't always agreed and we haven't always disagreed. I think we've had some good discussions. You've brought a lot to this board, made us look at things that I don't think we would have looked at otherwise. And I will tell you, I will always remember dragging you through that rat cage in Des Moines of hotels or whatever where they're all linked together at Iowa State School Board conventions, 6-7 months pregnant, and I'm still yelling at her to hurry up because we're going to be late. But I've had fun. I've enjoyed spending time with you on the board, and we will miss you.
Director Gosa, you're the only one that hasn't said anything. You have anything to say? I know, but it's last chance to publicly say something about her participation here.
I guess thanks for giving me the courtesy of sitting next to me since I've been on the board. I'm glad you got to sit next to me. But thanks for everything you've done, and I look forward to working with you on the city council too. So thank you.
I guess everybody's had an opportunity except Superintendent Tate. Do you have anything to say?
You always tested the system, and that's a good thing. So I appreciate that. You did.
Okay, and you really did, and thank you again. You know, this this role that Maria has had for the past couple of years, it's a difficult position. It takes a lot of time. It's a volunteer position, and she has put in more than her fair share of volunteer hours. It isn't only at the board meetings and at committee meetings, but it's at other meetings, just talking about issues. And so it's a lot of time and a lot of passion that she has given to not only the board and the district, but to the whole community for the past 2 years. And we all, and I especially, appreciate that. So we're going to move on with our meeting, but thank you again very much, Maria, for everything you've done. And good luck in the future, okay? All right, now we're going to move on with our regular meeting to items requiring action. And there's a little bit of, we're going back and forth between items requiring action and discussion items, and then we've got an item requiring action later on in the meeting. I just wanted to point it out to everybody because it's a little bit different from our normal approach. And there's reason for it. We want to make sure that we have proper discussion before we have some of the action. So we'll move on with those items requiring action right now. May I have a motion regarding the public hearing approval of plans and specs for renovation of the Central High School softball field?
Mr. President.
Director Snyder.
I move that the board accept administration's recommendation to approve the plans and specifications for renovation of the Central High School softball field.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We will now hold a public hearing on the proposed project as published in the Quad City Times on Friday, December 4th, 2015. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please step forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Seeing and hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Is there any additional discussion on this matter? All right, then, excuse me, Director Snyder.
I have a question regarding rebuilding the field. How does this lay out with some of the land that we acquired, I guess, in our swap with that we made over the summer?
John Flynn, you want to answer that, our District Athletic Director?
This is actually a part of the plan. I'm assuming you're speaking of the Armory plan. This is just kind of moving the timetable for that up. The plan, and you can see it on the drawings that were presented, shows where the proposed baseball field will lie. Instead of recreating a softball facility, this will just create the improvements that are needed to bring this up to par with the other facilities in the conference.
But would there still be future plans to move that?
No, this takes the place of any other plans. Once this would be done, it would be done.
And the drainage issue is addressed?
It is.
Director DeSalvo.
I have a question about looking at some of the plans and the benches or the dugouts. I'm sure you're probably familiar with the lawsuit that occurred at Assumption with an athlete getting hit, and they look so close to me, and I'm sure it's just the angle of the drawing I'm looking at, and I'm hoping that there's some sort of, I don't know if there's laws now that require certain footage or space, but they look very open.
This is on par with the other two facilities that have been completed in the last 10 to 15 years at West and at North. Mm-hmm. It's just bringing the facilities at Central up to par with those. So to answer your question, it is the same distance. It meets all those requirements.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Gosa.
I guess I didn't so much have a question about this. It's who is responsible for dragging the fields and maintaining them if they weren't doing it for all these years?
It has been done, and our operations department has done that for years. In cooperation with the coaches. It's kind of a give and take to get things done.
Okay.
Anybody else? Director Snyder.
I wanted to thank you for bringing this and everybody out there for advocating and pushing for this. I'm going to be turning in a board request later that ties into this exact type of thing. It is extremely important that we have facilities available that kids, the community, everybody involved can be proud of, because that's the only way these kids are going to excel. So thank you.
Director Kluhl.
Just to reiterate, I do thank the Central High School advocacy folks for coming out, and the Lady D's and the future Lady D's, and that support. I mean, when we see you kids, you kids had a very small part in the program. You stood up for a little bit when the coach asked you to stand up. But when we see you guys as the future of our city and our district, it sure has a strong impact on me. Anyway, I think it's time that we created an equitable situation for Central High School, just like our other high schools. There's no reason why we shouldn't do that. Appreciate the public's advocacy. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything else? My question is some of of the way that you represented this as being on par with others that have been built in the last 10 or 15 years. And I think, okay, that's pretty good. Is there anything else when you look at it from your perspective, or you look at it from the future perspective? Is there anything else we need to be doing besides being on par?
The only other piece, and I would have to speak to Mr. Maloney about the details of lights when the whole facility is done. That would be the only, in my eyes, the only other addition that I would see down the road us wanting to have as a part of that facility. But like I said, without Mike here and knowing the complete scope of that plan, I can't speak to whether that is a part of that plan or not.
So your advocacy would be to go ahead and approve this now and not wait to see if lights are part of it?
Yes, because our girls deserve that.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Any other discussion? Call for the vote. Director Snyder?
Yes.
Director Gosa?
Yes.
Director Hayes?
Yes.
Director Dickman?
Yes.
Director DeSalvo?
Yes.
Director Kluhl?
Yes.
And my vote is yes. Motion carries. And thank you, all of you that are out there that have advocated on behalf of this project. May I have a motion regarding approval of Myon Reader contract?
Mr. President,
Director Dickman.
I move the administration's recommendation that the board approve the Myon Reader contract for $61,000 or $61,425.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director Dickman?
Yes.
Director Hayes?
Yes.
Director DeSalvo?
Yes.
Director Gosa?
Yes.
Director Snyder?
Yes.
Director Kluhl?
Yes.
And my vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding award of architect proposal?
Mr. President,
Director Hayes.
I move that the board accept the proposal for Leggett Architects of Moline, Illinois, for architectural services for the reproposed J.B. Young building project.
May I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Gosa.
I guess I just had a question. Is there something that they missed out? Because, I mean, there's like a $30,000 difference from the other one. Is it going to be something that'll come up later on that they want a change order on or something?
Superintendent Tate.
I don't have any opinion on that. I can see if our chief financial officer does.
Since it was a bid, it was, they both just gave us their best offer. And honestly, $30,000 in a project of this scope is really almost insignificant. So it's not that they missed something, it's just their approach to the project.
Director Snyder.
The one thing on this that I couldn't get past is voting to approve architectural services for a building that we haven't decided what to do with yet. And I'm not sure if it's just retaining them or exactly what is involved with this motion.
Well, I think all along the move of this building into J.B. Young was an assumption because that's the way they were going to make the dollars work. So that's the major part that we're talking about here. If in fact some other things have to be done, if we keep students over there, then that will be an adjustment, and they're going to help us do that. But again, unless I misunderstood something, the assumption is J.B. Young is closing, this building is moving over there, and then there are other things that might happen in there. So really, this is just to kickstart us and get us moving. Marcia, is that right?
That's correct. And also, if you were to approve that we have programming at JB and we want it to be up and ready for the fall, we have to start the planning now. So that's why it's an alternate to the proposal. We've asked them to do just enough work to be ready if the board votes in that direction, but not so much that if you don't vote in that direction that we've spent money that we didn't have to. So we want to be ready if we get the approval to move forward so that we can have that building ready for the fall.
So this is mainly just for moving the ASC?
It is for both. It is for moving the ASC with the alternate for programming at JB, if that is approved by the board.
Okay.
Anything else? I'm curious about, so BLDD we've used before. Leggett, I don't recall that name.
We have used them, not in a project of this scope, but we've used them in some smaller projects. And that's why we were really interested to interview them for a project of this magnitude.
So, as I think about these, because this is architectural services, right? And you can recommend and we can select anybody we want, basically.
Correct.
And so I note that they are from Moline. And so I interpret that as being pretty local. And they are responsible and they're responsive. I mean, whatever process you go through, and it isn't just the percentage and the dollars. I mean,
No, yes, they are a responsive bidder. They have done, they did just redid an elementary. I believe it's an elementary across the river. Very impressive. You know, I would say it's on the scale of the of what BLDD did with Mid-City, and so that's why we're very excited to get them on our side and to give them a project of this scope, also to see what they can do.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director DeSalvo.
Yes.
Director Gosa.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
And my vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding the approval of bid to Terracon Services?
Mr. President,
Director Kluhl.
I move that the board award the Asbestos Hazard Emergency Reduction Act related services contract to the lowest responsive bid from Terracon Services in the amount of $72,000.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director DeSalvo.
Yes.
Director Gosa.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
And my vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding the acceptance of the letter of resignation from Director Dickman?
Mr. President,
Director DeSalvo.
I move to accept Director Dickman's letter of resignation from the Davenport School Board effective December 14th, 2015, at the close of the regular meeting of the board.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Thank you, Maria.
Let me get my bearings here. I apologize. I got so involved, I didn't capture who seconded the motion.
Mr. Gosa.
Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. It's a good letter of resignation, and it is public. It's about a page long, but Maria has done just a great job in preparing this. I just wanted to say thank you as well. Any other discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. And what this vote does then, and what the letter of resignation, and I will read the first couple of lines, but she says, it is it is, dear fellow school board members and community, it is with a very heavy heart that I write this. I formally submit a request to resign from the Davenport School Board effective at the end of the regular meeting on December 14th, 2015. My time on the board has been an amazing experience, and I hope that I have made a positive long-term impact on the Davenport Community School District. In my heart, I would love nothing more than to finish serving my term on the board if I could continue to give the role the time and attention it deserves. So, with the acceptance by the board, Director Dickman's last meeting will be this meeting, and it will be at the end of this meeting. So I thank you for your letter, and we'll see how the board votes. Director DeSalvo.
Yes.
Director Gosa.
Yes.
Director Kluel.
Yes.
Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
I'm not sure what the procedure is, but I think I'll abstain.
You can abstain if you'd like. That's probably most appropriate. Director Snyder.
Yes.
And my vote is yes. The motion carries, and we accept your letter of resignation. And thank you again for your service. May I have a motion regarding approval of JB boundaries? Yeah, I hadn't anticipated that it would take very long, but yeah, why don't we take a 5-minute break, or 6 minutes, and we'll take a recess. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and reconvene our meeting. I wanted to note that our next item is the approval of the JB boundaries. Then we will have a discussion item on the budget. And I apologize for maybe any confusion on our the approach to the agenda, but I'm going to move the options for JB Young as an action item to come in right after the budget. Then we'll go back to discussion items of book summary and policies. And so the options will be right after the budget, and that's for the few of you that are here, anticipating that you may be here for that reason. Just wanted to note that. So we'll move on to the approval of JB boundaries. Is there a motion?
Mr. President,
Director Dickman.
I move the administration's recommendation that the board approve the boundaries for the JB Young as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Dickman.
What I think that we had these numbers last time, but I can't find them now. What percentage of, I know that it's the schools are to be at 100% building capacity. They're actually at 80% of building capacity, or I forget the terms now, but with the lines drawn as they are, what does that put Sudlow at for percentage?
The current drawings would put Sudlow at 97%, and for the other schools, it put Williams at 94% and Smart at 90%.
Okay. And what is the, because obviously Sudlow has, looking at the map, there's a lot of stuff north, not so much in the way of south, and that's, just because of where the buildings have ended up. But what is the shortest distance where someone lives within the boundaries for Smart Intermediate, but they're obviously actually physically closer to Sudlow?
Well, just by looking at the map, and I wouldn't have that data point in front of me, but it clearly would be those families living just directly south of what Sudlow shows on the map.
Okay.
That would be the shortest distance. A little bit, yeah. I can explain a little more later.
Okay. Because that is something that that was brought up tonight, that there, we had that issue, of course, with when the JB Young boundaries too, that there was this kind of weird cutout of students that were actually maybe closer to a different school than they were in the boundary of. Also, I know that the state has told us that we are not allowed to use socioeconomic data to draw the boundaries. But I guess knowing what we already do know about the makeup of our schools, would there be a way to push, I guess, Sudlow closer to that 100% of the 80% and alleviate some more of the capacity on SMART, or would that be just pushing it too far or too much?
I think there would always be ways to modify what the current boundaries are, depending on what the board direction would give me. I would say originally, so we started at the point of, this is probably the 8th version of what we've had. We started at every student that was east of Brady going to Sudlow. That was our first drawing. And once we realized that put them well over capacity, we continued to move that line in each version closer and closer, and north also. And so we did start out with them at Brady Street as the cut point, using that as an area to feed into Sudlow. That was our first version. So yes, we could move, if you're looking at those ones that are below, could we move over and could we withstand it because we're at 97%? Yes, we could.
Would you recommend that as an administrator, or would that...
The difficulty anytime you move the line is going to be just to what street's next and how far. So I would need some direction on, we want you to maximize it to 100%, and then I could bring back something that would move that line. I would need some direction on where would you want me to move it from. Draw a circle at 0.9 miles around the school, as somebody recommended. I thought was, so I could do that. If it's the southern part of that, I could move the line over. I could come up with 9th, the 10th, 11th version, whatever we need.
At what point would it become very hectic for our students to not know what the boundaries are?
I think for the transitioning of the new schools, we want to maximize as much time we can, because I think that's important. And so, as I've said, with our budget concerns, sooner is always better. Could it happen in January? Yes. It could happen at the next meeting. I could put together a new proposal. Yes.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Director Hayes.
Well, actually, that was going to be one of my questions, too, so I, too, would like to see that take place.
Could you repeat that?
Excuse me, I was thinking pretty much the same thing that Director Dickman was thinking, and I would like to maybe eliminate some of the transfer to SMART. Just kind of listening to Nathan and Michael, their concerns down to SMART with the boundary changes.
So the motion on the table is to approve the boundaries for JB Young as presented. So if there's anything other than what has been presented, the board would have to either postpone the vote, or to vote, you may vote no on the vote, or you might amend the motion. So I just wanted to make sure that we're clear as we're moving forward, because right now we're moving forward to approve the motion as presented. Is there any other discussion? Superintendent Tate.
If you decide not to approve this, then we need to leave with very specific consensus from the board on what to do next, because we can't keep coming back every time and you give us some more direction and let's do this, let's look at it, because it's kind of jerking people around, and I would like to settle this in January. Don't mind changing it, but you got to be very specific. What do you want to see? And then, as Mr. Scott said, we can get it back to you.
Director DeSalvo.
I know I read this, but just for the state of the record, can you tell us how many people showed up to the boundary meetings at JB last week?
I had 8 families showed up to the 2 boundary meetings I had on Wednesday. I think I had 3.
The same day?
Yes, they were both on the same day. One was at 2:30 to 3:30 I was there, and then the other one was at 5:30. I was there till about 6:30. We had 8 families.
Can you comment on how they're feelings were. Were they in favor of, or did they have questions, or?
You know, they were really individual meetings with each family where we just discussed where their boundary was going to be and where they were going to, you know, I made personal calls back to 5 of them because they were right on the borderline. And so that would be part of the changing of it. You know, they've seen this model, and so now some of them may get moved to a different school, so communicating that. But they were concerned about anywhere the distance. They all were concerned about distance and busing. We came up in several conversations.
Can I have another question? So kind of going with that, the busing, so are we prepared? We're prepared to provide that transportation needed for those that are going to have to get on a bus now and go somewhere different. I'm asking because I was a little concerned about the comment, I believe it was Mr. Kelly made earlier, that the kids will come home after practice or a game and be dropped off at JB. That is a dropping point.
That has not been confirmed to my knowledge, that we've presented any activity bus that will be in existence. It's been a consideration from an open forum. There was conversation about providing that, but the board has not given me any direction on providing an activity bus that will return those kids or to lessen the distance requirements for the walk zone for the students. I haven't heard that, so I've been moving forward with the 2-mile radius for all of our students.
But option B includes a lot of those alternatives.
Right.
It really is a matter and as I said before, you've got to settle on the boundaries, whatever they are, and then we talk about, well, what can we do to alleviate those situations, and what other supports are we going to provide, and then option B has a lot of those supports included.
I just have one last question. Sorry, one last question about: are we prepared, or will we be allowing any exceptions to this? So I live, right across the street from someone going the other way. I mean, I know there used to be principal exceptions. I'm not sure that we do that anymore. Dr. Tate's already told me we don't. So I don't know how willing we are to accommodate those that we are displacing.
Oh, well, you have, the principals don't do that anymore. You have a very strict transfer policy, transfer for health, safety, security reasons. It's a board policy. And again, option B talked about trying to give some exceptions, but what you have to be careful of, if someone's on a part of a line, you make that exception, you never stop. I've had over 200 requests to transfer this 1 year, and I've approved 7 or 8 of them. Health, safety, security. If I would have approved any one of the others, they're all so similar in their request. But it's a board policy, and you decide how it goes. I just tell you, as soon as you begin making exceptions because I'm close, everybody's close to a line somewhere, so, and it's difficult.
Thank you.
Any other discussion, Director Snyder?
Mr. Scott, if you would, talk for a minute or two about how, you said you've had multiple different versions of the maps, kind of what you guys were using as your parameters, as far as, your guidelines. I know there was board directive that we want to keep this as budget neutral as possible in regards to busing. Just some of the things that were involved in how you got to where you're at.
Sure. Well, in the first part of working with the distributing of the JB students was to work with the 3 surrounding schools. It wasn't to involve Wood or Walcott and redistricting their boundaries. It was just to separate them into those 3 schools. So that was the first part. On the current boundary map, there was an area of Williams that came south of Locust Street. It starts at Division. So that was a normal break point for us to start from when we thought of Williams. When we worked our way, basically we came down to 12th Street originally and kind of came over for Williams. Once we did that, there was going to be too many students going to Williams. It was going to be above the capacity. Then we had to move up to 13th, and we moved up to 14th, and we finished on the backlot line of 14th Street. Mr. Malone had some great ideas as far as using backlot lines, so if a bus comes down the street, it's coming down for the same school. It's not one bus coming one way, picking up, going to one school, and one bus going the other way, picking up for the other school. So I thought those were good ideas, and we worked through that. Again, as I said, we worked from Sudlow, from Brady, and tried to work our way over. We do have 250 seats available at Wood and Walcott, but again, we were not utilizing those seats. In the division of the elementary schools, we used Harrison Street as the break point, and that really divided the students out pretty evenly with what we needed to do. And so students going to Jefferson and to Madison. We tried to get the 90% capacity, but again, that's a recommended capacity, so we could go above that. And we also were looking at not spending repurposing of classrooms, going in and doing major renovations into a Sudlow where we would take classrooms or add classrooms. So we were trying to stay within that, what the architect's recommendation was when we did the study. So we tried to get the 90%. Again, Smart had the lowest of those at 90% compared to 94 and 97 with what our current proposal is, to give us a little bit of flexibility, because we also have from grade level to grade level, we'll have increases. We anticipate Sudlow to increase 40 students next year without any of the boundaries. We expect an additional 40 kids there just for what the incoming 5th grade to 6th grade class will be. So we had to take that into account also. Hopefully that answers a little bit. Did I get to your main point? Yeah. Okay.
Any other discussion? Director Kluhl.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you went so far as to look at this in terms of what could we do to equalize the level of prosperity across schools. Maybe we could do 67% free and reduced lunches at all of our intermediates. But recognizing, as Director Dickman stated, that the USDA and Iowa Department of Ed have not allowed us to use free and reduced lunches as a way to try to boundary. But still, I'm wondering about this, what I perceive to be what we will be doing is sending a preponderance of low-income children to Smart Intermediate. And we chose this longitudinal boundary line versus one that might have gone north and south, north instead of west. I'm just thinking about that, and I'm thinking that perhaps, as Dr. Tate has mentioned with option B, that we have made a provision there, if that's the option the board chooses, to try to provide services for students, that there would be a possibility to use perhaps a significant amount of that money to create an AVID program at Smart. So I'm just thinking through this, but I guess my question is, could you just talk a little bit? I know that the primary parameters that you used were to optimize the walk distance for kids, to minimize bus routes, additional bus routes, and to optimize the school capacity. Those are the 3 issues that you worked towards, and I know that you also worked to try not to disrupt the other intermediate school boundaries at the same time. But I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about the process that you came up with and the iterations that you came up with before you got to this one, because I know that the board's priority being poverty, that we have looked through this through the lens of poverty, and I know that administration must have too. But could you just talk about that a little bit?
Sure. I would say, first of all, a little bit on some of the lines that were drawn in the boundaries. We did spend time talking about if a line was drawn, students would be walking through one boundary, walking through a Williams boundary on their way to go to a different school. So we did look at where the lines were drawn for that. Really, I was not given the perception from Dr. Tate or from anybody that I needed a concern with the busing. If I felt like the boundary lines fell, Mr. Maloney and I felt like it was the right area, then we would draw the boundary lines there. We didn't worry that we were trying to get to everybody under 2 miles to not increase the busing. A lot of our 2 miles is a long ways from a middle school to walk for all of our students, and so it really gathers a lot of our students. One of the things we talked about was from Smart to Williams, even walking from that school up to Williams is not much greater than 2 miles. It's just a little bit, maybe I think 2.5 miles from one school to the other. So we spent a lot of times of trying to just make sure people weren't walking through other schools. So if I can say, like a Vanderveer would have kept an area like that for Smart, they would have been walking through Williams boundaries and Sudlow's boundaries to get to their school, if that makes sense, and if they were walking. Again, to really maximize what I think I'm hearing from the community today's meeting, and then from the board, is we would have really needed to look at repurposing other boundaries also, from all of our middle schools, to do some of the things that you're talking about, of more of a north-south type of a cut to the, or we would need to increase the ability for Sudlow to have more students. That would be another consideration. And again, I'm just off the top of my head trying to remember the many versions that we had. Those would be things we ran into where Sudlow could not take any more students, and we ran into the structure of, well, the boundary line is there, going past Lincoln Avenue or getting farther out to the west. Didn't change, didn't help us, because that would have been moving smart kids to Williams, and I would have been getting into different boundaries that were existing boundaries.
Were we talking about, was it 150 students going to SMART?
Yes. Yep, that's our projections, is 150 to SMART, 100 to Williams, and 50 to Sudlow. And I am through my projections that there will be an additional 40 going to Sudlow because of just the incoming 5th grade to 6th grade class.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. It's just an issue. I'm very concerned about how the board deals with these issues in terms of getting into the business of administration versus the upper level of policy governance. However, I believe that this is a very value-laden decision that the board is making in terms of boundaries, and the board has that responsibility to listen to the public, to ask the questions that they have asked of us. And some of the comments that I've heard tonight reflected the questions at the committee that Julie, Dan, and I met with on the 8th reflected. So I want to make sure that those questions are aired and made public, and so therefore I would contend that this is in fact appropriate policy governance.
Can I, just one follow-up, I would say, from what Dr. Tate said, is just some clear direction. If we want to know, if another version is what we want, just where would we like to see it from some clear instructions on where to go from that standpoint. We did battle a lot with the athletic feeders programs also, because Williams will also become a school now that has 3 high schools feeding out of Williams. And so, we balanced a lot of that, but we didn't let the athletic part dictate, where the lines were drawn either. And so there were many groups that have contacted us since the maps have been out.
Well, I will have a follow-up question when we talk about the option C, because my concern is how much extra resources will be required at SMART to deal with the additional level of poverty of kids that are coming into that school. But that question will come up later. But it's tied to this, but it's more appropriate at that time to talk about, I think.
Additional discussion. Director Dickman. It's all right. Director Dickman.
Well, I more wanted to ask the question to make sure that we're figuring out the possibilities, not necessarily that I'm, I know that you guys have to, and they're never, unfortunately, boundaries are something that I don't think that we can make 100% of people happy about 100% of the boundaries. As far as my understanding, we've actually had very relatively few complaints about this proposed change. Not to say that the complaints that have been brought up are unimportant in any way, but to open. At one point I suggested that we consider opening the can of worms that is boundaries, and that didn't seem to get a very warm response, because that is a lot of transition for our students, and we start redrawing one thing and it redraws everything else. So I think that we're gonna maybe have to say this might be the best compromise.
Yes, there's, in totality of the amount of people that came forward, there wasn't as, when you talk about 400 students that are currently at JB, the points were valid points. And again, I do think these are huge decisions that we're making. So if it meant that we need to revisit and come back in January, I'm open to that. I'm open to any idea, because it is a big decision. and we don't want to have to revisit the boundaries again a year from now or 2 years from now or to readjust it.
Director Gosa, did you have something? Okay. Director Snyder?
I guess I want to ask on the busing, where does this put us in regards to expenditures in regards to busing?
And the models that we, the several models that we had drawn up, there was really no additional cost to busing. I mean, it was.
So this plan here is still in that budget neutral.
That's what Mr. Maloney has expressed to me when we met through all of the busing, when we, any of the versions.
Okay.
Director Cluel.
I thought it was interesting at our last committee of the whole, I think it was Rachel that talked about the fact that we had garnered a 21st century grant to help fund parents and students attend extracurricular activities after school, before school, which will certainly be helpful in that regard. Is that correct?
That's correct, and part of it is also we're going to be using for transition. In fact, she sent me a memo today, and I didn't get a chance to get it to you, which I will. It tells you exactly how much, but it's a pretty hefty sum to help us make sure that we transition, especially to the intermediate schools. That's both family and students. And I'd also like to say that wherever schools land as far as the students they have, our job is to support them. And we've got several plans in that option B talking about that. And again, if option C goes and not all if some 125 to 150 students stay at J.B. Young, that's going to change your enrollment in the schools also. We just don't know, first, whether we'll do that, and secondly, which students. But again, we have the obligation, the responsibility to take care of our schools and to make sure we provide supports, whatever that happens to be.
Anything else? All right, call for the vote. Oh, Director Cluel asked if I had anything to say, and I guess my comments on this are that I respect all of the work that's gone into, or that's been put into the development of this, of these boundaries, the 8th iteration or whatever iteration it is. I'm sure that Mr. Scott and Mr. Maloney, Superintendent Tate and others put in plenty of time. And I think a couple of things that are interesting, the discussion about trying to think about SES as it applies to this is interesting, but I'm not sure how you would apply it, because I think it's so difficult with some of our free and reduced lunch funding and the way that that most of our schools are funded anymore. So I think that becomes very difficult. And excuse me, when I think about the lack of input from families that are being affected. When I went over to one of Mr. Scott's meetings, there were more administration people than families there, which it just struck me that the recommendations that are being made must not be too controversial, is the way that I took it. So I believe that the recommendation that's being made is an appropriate recommendation, and that it represents the right amount of thoughtfulness in trying to prepare them. I think it'd be difficult if I were going to do it. I'll bet it would be different, but I suspect if anybody on the board did it, it would be different. So I'm willing to accept what's been done. Director Snyder.
My concern is if we don't approve this and we do send it back, I think it's absolutely fair that administration's asking for specific direction. However, nobody on this board has the data available, has the information that we need to make an alternative suggestion. We have to trust that our administrators have done their due diligence on it. And I support our administration.
Any other discussion? Director Kluhl.
I will say, as kind of a rejoinder to President Johansson, that if he were to figure this out, it'd probably take a couple of mainframe computers, because there would be so many algorithms that you would make your head spin. But for myself, I had to reduce it to the lowest number of parameters I could. And so I was able to, for myself, rather quickly discount the fact that not a lot of parents showed up for these meetings, because regardless of that, the primary driver for this whole exercise is what's best for the students of the Davenport Community School District, all students in the district. And so that's one parameter that I was not troubled with. I still think that we have a responsibility to all students in the district. It made it easier for me.
Any additional discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director DeSalvo.
Yes.
Director Gosa.
Yes.
And my vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to move to discussion items 11.01, which is budget, and then from there we will immediately go to other items requiring action, 12.01, and we will take that action. Then we will move back to 11.02, book summary, and 11.03, policies. So 11.01, budget, Superintendent Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have paper copies if you'd rather use those. Sometimes it's hard on the computer, and I like to have copies. First, a series of disclaimers. This is not a budget recommendation. This is not the superintendent's recommendation for next year's budget. It's called a preliminary draft. The reason we're talking about it tonight is because the board asked that they get some idea of where we are with the budget before they begin to look at the options for J.B. Young and whether they want to keep certain options in play. So this just is going to talk about several assumptions that we have and then several ideas on how we can balance the budget. This will change maybe every line item before final decisions are made, but let me talk about what we have here. We're looking at a 3-year budget plan, 16-17, 17-18, and 18-19. And the assumptions show you that we're looking at the possibility of supplemental state aid of 1.25 next year, 2% in the following years. Now, all the way at the bottom, you can see the impact of the budget if it's a 2% next year, 2.5%, and a 3% on exactly how much we need in order to balance the budget. So we took 1.25 as being fairly safe. And then we give you the assumption on the enrollments. We're down 20 this year, so we know that that's going to go into next year. And then we're using some very conservative figures of minus 75 for each of the following years because we do want to take a conservative view. This proposes, this shows you that I'll be taking $175 per student out for each of those 3 years, or about $2.7 million. So we, even though the state doesn't give it to us, we take it out of our reserve fund and use it. And then the general fund amount needed to balance the budget, and this is what we have to concentrate on. If those are the assumptions, and we're taking the 2.7 out of the reserve fund, Then we'll need in 16-17 about 6.5 million, 17-18 about 3 million, and 18-19 about 700,000. Now this does not put anything into the reserve at all, the unspent balance. Our unspent balance will still stay at zero. Remember, at one time we were looking at $8 million as our target. So this doesn't add anything at all to the unspent balance. So how could we, what sort of things can we do in order to balance the budget? And a lot of this is not new. Some of it's a little bit different, and as I said, these will change. Reduction of department budgets, 200,000. This is not the schools. These are the operating departments. We just have a new copier solutions and contract. We're going to save some money there, about $71,000. There's a health insurance reserve fund that we have. We have $31 million. I've left those blank. But we have in the past used that reserve to help us balance. Reduce certified support personnel in the schools. We're talking about nurses, media, counselors, and again, I warn everybody, this is just an example to show you the sort of savings that you can have. We can refine the teacher-to-student ratios in intermediate and high schools and exactly follow the practice. I mean, right now we keep some teachers in schools because we don't want to ship kids out across town, balance and roll. We've really tried not to balance and roll. If we get very, very strict and say that, no, we're not going to have a class with 18 students, we're going to spread those students out and fill every classroom throughout the district, even if we have to balance and roll, then we can save about $350,000. So this isn't an increasing class size beyond what we have now. It really is just managing very, very closely. Excuse me, it's $650,000 for that. We can increase class size at elementary and intermediate schools, and see, I'm not showing doing that next year. If we do that, just refining the ratio, we would have to do the following year, and that's about $1 million. We've talked about reducing sports at intermediate and high schools again. Look at some of the teams and those that perhaps are not used as much. And again, that's a very hard thing to do, and I want to caution everybody, Superintendent has not said reduce sports. I'm trying to show you examples of what can be done. Early retirement savings, if we in fact approve an early retirement plan, about 1.1 this year, 900,000 the next year, and 800,000 the year after. That depends on how many people retire and whether we have an early retirement plan that brings people on and that they want to become part of. Reducing administrative positions and pay, you can do the pay or annuities, and that's about 300,000 1 year, and 64 and 66. Reductions in the ASC staff, about $130,000, so that's within the this building. What if we transported only required by law? And there could be some savings there. With Mr. Maloney gone, I can't tell you, but there would be savings. We have energy savings. He's still trying to calculate those, but we did have a good savings from last year, and we can look into next year and the years after. I need him here. Bringing block to traditional schedule back to the 4 again, that's 1.1 million. I'm looking at that possibility of 2017-18. I've got closing J.B. Young, the range of $1.1 to $1.9 million. Then we're looking at some efficiencies through rerouting and adjusting bell times, closing a school, possibly in the 2018-19, and then decreasing the number of school days. We actually have a committee coming together. What happens if we increase the hours of the school, and then we don't have to go as many days, because as you know, it's 1,080 hours. It's not a number of days. So they're going to look at that possibility and what kind of savings we would have. So very, very rough savings, just looking at the 2016-17 school year alone, realizing some of those things may be onerous to take and you may not do it, realizing there's some savings that have not been indicated there. A rough estimate would be about $5 million, and again, we have to save about 6.5. Now notice if in fact state supplemental aid is 2% rather than 1.25, then our balance needed would be 5.5 million. If it's a 2.5 million supplement, then our balance to balance the budget we need 4.8, and if it's a 3%, then needed to balance the budget is about 4.1 million. So as we see better what the state is going to do, then I will begin to get more definitive with this. But again, this is ballpark, so you can see exactly where we are going and what sort of challenges we're going to be looking at.
So, is there any discussion, Director Snyder?
Does the 2017-18 and 2018-19 numbers have any factors built into them to cover or offset inflation rates? Or are those based on expenses today?
I think there's just expenses today. Is that right, Marcia? We haven't looked at inflation.
Anything else? Director Clue.
Well, Dr. Tate, you answered my question, and that was what is unspent balance at the end of the 2018-2019 school year. That still being zero leads me to believe that this is not a get well plan, this is a triage plan. You know, we had a discussion with legislators about a month ago in Dr. Tate's office and tried to explain them the seriousness of this situation. And we talked around some of these issues, but it just is not clear to them the situation that we're in. We are going to be affecting the classroom, something that we've avoided for a long time, but it's very clear that we will be. Marcia, it would be helpful for me to have a 5-year projection of what it would take to get to $8 million unspent balance. Because I think we need to consider that as well, because that's our get well plan. This is stay alive, no more.
Director Gosa.
I'm just going to make a comment for everybody. This is coming up going to be an election year for your representatives. So just make sure you kind of press them for educational funding because they're going to need your votes.
Additional discussion. Director Dickman.
I think it was, we briefly discussed the 4-day school week. At least I read something about that. I don't know if it was a full board discussion at this point. But that actually didn't lead to cost savings for some districts, depending on how it was. And I don't remember the math at this point, but you know, that's something that I think is definitely worth looking into, but in a cautionary, you know, look at it with very critical eyes. The refined teacher-student ratio at intermediate and high schools to exactly follow required practice. That's the balance enrolling, right?
Yes.
I feel like that would cause a lot of heartache, not only for our students, but for our staff and for our transport. So I don't necessarily think that would be a very good thing to go to, not that a lot of these things are. I think that there are some things on here that are less painful and less directly affect students, but those are, of course, the smaller ticket items. So I don't envy the process that is coming this way. But I'm glad that we're starting to look at it now and really taking this long-term approach, because we do need to make sure that we're not going to end up in a position where the state comes in and says, well, guess what, you're doing it our way now.
Any additional, Director Snyder?
I did want to thank you for not including some of the things or leaving them blank that would be a one-time savings and not sustainable, such as like the health insurance holiday like we had last year. because those are like trying to cover a bullet wound with a Band-Aid. And sustainable savings, savings that we can see year in and year out is where we need to be. And we're beyond plucking the low-hanging fruit. And there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be upsetting to a lot of people, I think, coming with the situation that we're in, and a lot of districts in the state are in.
Anybody else?
I have one question.
Director DeSalvo.
I don't know if this is of significance, but we talked the other night about closing off, only allowing so many kids out for the transfers in. Would those savings come here if there were of any value?
They probably come year after next, because it would be
Right. for the-
stopping enrollment,
right.
so it'd be the year after next. And in fact, we have a board discussion concerning the diversity plan coming up.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? I've got a few, I don't know if they're questions or comments. One is, I guess my initial reaction was, this makes me sick. And I think about savings versus what we're all trying to think about, which is student achievement. And the difficulties, I think, that we all, the administration and the board is sensing with this. And these numbers are like just almost unbelievable. So a couple of questions. One was, do you have confidence that the state will express SSA in January?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. I thought I'd ask. One thing I was thinking about during the discussion, and I'm just curious, will the third grade reading retention plan affect the budget?
We hope not. There's just too little known about it right now, but it could. I mean, the state could turn back and say it's your responsibility. We just don't know that yet, so that's certainly what we have to keep an eye on.
The Get Well plan that Director Kluhl referenced, I just did a quick number, whether it's right or not, but if basically what I believe that you're telling us is that we're going to be short $8 million during the next 5 years with the current plan that's on this piece of paper. Is that correct? Okay. And so rough numbers, I said, well, that means if we wanted to get to 8 million, we'd have to cut another 1.6 million per year, rough numbers, without anything else, to get to 8 million in 5 years, which is a chunk. All right. Well, I guess, is there anything you need except for us to understand this right now?
Not right now.
All right. Is there any other discussion on this budget before we move into, we're going to go into an action item, which is options for J.B. Young will be the next item to consider. Director Kluhl, did you have something?
Well, it's just following up on what Director Goza said and what Representative Winkler said. What she said, she used an interesting word. She said we need physical advocacy. Now, I don't know what she meant by that, but I think that's boots on the ground. I think that's kids, the I'm Worth Less kids. I think it's Izzy and her youth program bill that she presented. I think there's a lot of physical activities that we need to take place. Now, the Legislative Advocacy Committee is, and the Governmental Affairs Subcommittee is doing a lot of stuff to get this thing physically advocacy notable. But we are going to be calling on the public and the folks at the committee meeting. Vera, I think you were there when Scott talked about what can we do to help out. So we are going to be calling on you to help us support our kids. Physical advocacy.
All right, anything else? Okay, we'll close this discussion item. We'll move now past 11.02 and 11.03, and we'll move to other item requiring action, which is the options for J.B. Young. Superintendent Tate, did you want to open this?
I can do it after the motion's made.
All right. May I have a motion regarding this?
Mr. President,
Director Snyder.
I move that the board accept the administration's recommendation to continue to include option C as one of the 3 options being considered for J.B. Young.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Superintendent Tate.
I appreciate some time to provide some information about the cost-benefit analysis. We had talked last time and asked that we look at what the cost would be to put AVID into an intermediate school or all of our intermediate schools. So the first piece is the cost. Then I'll provide something concerning benefits, and we have some people here that could also perhaps give us some anecdotal information. But essentially, if you have one school of 25 students, so that's one class, say you start in the 6th grade or 7th grade, that's about $40,000. That includes the travel, the training, the library, the fees you have to pay to be an AVID school. It includes the tutors, and it includes transportation to go out for college visit. Year 2 for the same school, now you have 50 students at $70,000. You don't have all the same first startup cost. And then year 3 in one school with 75 students, it's about $100,000. So let's take year 1, if we had all 5 of our intermediate schools, which we're starting an AVID program, so it's 25 each, 125 students, $200,000. Second year with 250 students in all of our intermediate schools would be about $350, and then all 5 intermediate schools about $375. Now, generally, if you have one school, a principal can be the AVID coordinator, or you may have someone on the district staff that would take some AVID coordinator duties. But if you've got, say, 5 intermediate schools involved, you probably would need somebody at district level to be the AVID coordinator, because now you're talking about with 375 students, 5 intermediate schools, and a lot of coordination need to be done. You probably need someone at district level, and I haven't included that here in the cost, just so you know. This is just what if for one intermediate and how it looks going through the years. So that's the cost. I want to show you some data which we have from AVID at J.B. Young to try to give a comparison of the benefit of the AVID program. And I have Mary Ann and Jessica Bishop here, and I would like you to come forward with some anecdotal information too on this, because what I have is the data. And if you look at some comparative statistics of the current central 9th graders, so they went through AVID. Now realize there were some that came and gone. It doesn't mean that 100% of these started in the 6th grade. But as AVID, as 7th grade students, while at JB, if you look at the proficiency on reading and math for the Iowa assessments, they were 64%. And if you look at the non-AVID students at the time at JB, that was 46%. And then as 8th grade AVID students, still at JB, they were about 85% proficiency in both reading and math, and compared to all non-AVID students at the time, that was 48%. And anecdotally, looking at Central High right now, the 9th grade AVID students, again, which came up for the most part from JB. No students have an F in the course, which is one of the things we look at in the 9th grade because a lot of students do end up with Fs. And so looking at the current JB Young 8th grade of 21 students, and not all have come up necessarily through the 6th and 7th grade, but many have. And if you look at the JB Young Avid 8th graders, those on the honor roll right now are 80%, and compared to non-Avid JB Young students, that's 38%. And if you look at proficiency in math and reading on the last Iowa assessments, the 8th graders are at 66%, and non-Avid JB Young students at 45%. So just a couple statistics that you can use for comparison, but it's not all about testing or grades. And so I don't know if I don't want to put you on the spot if you want to come forward and try to give some description of comparing Avid versus non-Avid, or the value of the program, the benefit of the program.
One thing I was thinking this whole meeting, watching that video, seeing that students need hope, and they need positive influences, and they need a safe learning environment, and they need something to look forward to. Avid covers every aspect of all of those things. It's just a program where students they start wherever they are, and they move forward, and they have support in every way. And so that's just something I was thinking about, that this is a way to combat all of those things that we saw in the video. So, but do you have any questions about the Avid program? Is there anything I could answer for you? Anything you're looking?
Anybody? I guess we have a pretty good idea of what's going on. Marianne,
These
did you?
numbers are pretty descriptive here.
Yeah, I would just add that when we started the Avid program, I think, and everybody would agree, that Avid strategies are good for any student. Any student would benefit and would go further for their potential with that. But we had to focus it on, because there are some dollars and some resources needed, so we focused it on a specific group of kids that we thought we could really increase their potential. When you do that, those students, they soared, as you saw. But that doesn't mean other students at JB that are not in the Avid cohort did not benefit, because when you give teachers strategies like Cornell note-taking, all of our students are learning Cornell note-taking, not just the Avid students. The Avid students are role models that other students see in school and benefit from that. So again, the training that our teachers received touched all JB kids, not just Avid kids, but Avid students that were selected and in Jesse's class get those additional supports that we thought really were needed for those students to reach their full potential.
Any questions? Director Kluhl.
So Avid students are getting more teacher time. They're getting more individual attention. With no more teachers, is that correct? Or is there additional teaching staff?
I am a part-time teacher, so I would be the only additional teaching staff for the Avid students. I teach 3 classes, 3 one-hour classes.
And so the notebooks and other pedagogical techniques are how you work out that extra attention per student for the most part.
Yes, and just, I mean, okay, so every Avid student, when they leave, if they've been in there for 3 years, they've visited 16 colleges. They've had guest speakers come twice a month from around the community. Every grading period, like today, for example, I talked to them individually about their behavior data, their attendance data, their grades, their attitude. We set goals for how they want to improve. Every Avid student knows their GPA at all times. They know where they want it to be. They know how much it's fluctuated from where it was before. And it's just added. There's a lot more involved in Avid than just Cornell notes and binders. And in addition to that, like, I have a student that, and I mean, not to talk about individual students, but I have a student that 2 days last week just stayed in my room after class and cried because he was just upset. And he wouldn't tell me what was wrong. And so I just kind of watched him leave, and I watched him go to his next class, and he didn't have his materials. And so I got together a binder, and I got him dividers. I'm getting emotional about it, but I got him everything he needed to be successful, and now he's happy to come to class. He's excited to make up his missing work, and he just has the drive to work because he has those materials. But he didn't know where to start with that. He didn't ask for it. He didn't say, I don't have a binder, I don't have a dividers, I don't have materials. He just knew, there's something bad, and this is a place I can go.
So he would have slipped through the cracks, otherwise nobody would have seen that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if, like Hayes with Christy, now your kids aren't doing the stuff that their kids, you weren't here for that, but they showed a program they were doing there where kids were doing a maker movement and doing all kinds of fun things in class and learning experiential stuff. So would you call the AVID program fun, or is it very rigorous?
I would not call it fun because it is very rigorous. However, the way it's broken down, there is Fridays are enrichment days. On Fridays, sometimes we do brain teasers. They love to have guest speakers. They do fun things, but if you come to the class and say, is this fun? They're not going to say it's fun on most days. They're going to say that they have to work hard and that they're held accountable and that they're going to say that I'm on their case all the time, because that's what I am. But then because of that, when I go visit the 9th graders, they're going to tell me it was really fun. And they're going to tell me how much they appreciated everything that happened in there. And they're going to tell me how much it's helped them. Even students, I still go visit my students that went to Mid-City and that went to North. And they said, I just wish someone would do tutorials here so that I could get my math, because they don't have that at North where they had that at JB. And so fun, not so much. Helpful, definitely.
Anybody else? Director Snyder.
I think we've talked about this, but I can't remember offhand. About how many students at JB right now are in the AVID program, and how are those students selected for the program?
One of the requirements, we try to maintain an average class size, so we always start with no less than 25. We've often put a class of about 30 in Jesse's room. One time it was 32. We try to get as many kids because we do have some mobility and we don't want to fall below that 25 because we feel we have the resources for that and we want to touch as many kids. So an average number would be 75, 3 sections, but sometimes it's a little bit higher, sometimes it drops lower. We re-enroll every semester if we drop below the 25. And we started our 6th grade with 32 this year because we knew there would be some mobility and we wanted to keep as many kids in the program as we could. And Jesse can speak to how we recruit the students.
Basically, this year, every year it's a different approach. The first year we just kind of looked for the students that we thought would be good, and we talked to them about it, and we told them that they could join if they choose to. This year we opened it up to every single student at JB. I talked to every single student, and my AVID students came with me and talked to them. Certain students, teachers let me know would really be good for the program, and they might not apply, so I kind of started bothering those students on a daily basis, trying to get those applications in. But this year, everyone that we got an application for, we put into the program. And actually our 6th grade group was 34 students for 3 weeks, and it was kind of crazy. And there were a couple that didn't work out because they just weren't ready for that. But we just try to leave it open to anyone. Whereas if you look at the AVID books, that's not really what they do. They don't target every single student, but that's what we did because we feel it can benefit every student. I always tell parents, if I could put my kids in this program, absolutely I would. My kids are 5 and 7 and 2, so they're not going to get it at any time soon, but it just would benefit anyone, and so I just try to get as many kids in as I can.
Anything else? I don't know if I'm troubled. Some of your last comments, and it's Jesse, is that right? That you would want your kids in it, and I look at these statistics, and I've been trying to graph them in my head, and I go, okay, if I go from, let's say, from 46% to 64, and from 48 to 85, and from 45 to 66. And then I was looking over here at our achievement matrix for math and reading. And I'm imagining that if you could do that, and you're talking about it kind of on a school-wide basis with these statistics, or Superintendent Tate, you are.
Yes, every student at the academy would be in the Avid program.
And so my imagination was that if I graphed all that, and then if I started to break it down by student, and let's say I would have a student, and they're going from 46 to 64%. Pretty cool trend, right? And that applies then to every single student, because that's what our statistics say, in general, right? So then I thought, okay, we're moving from red to, say, green, or red to yellow, something like that, potentially. But then I thought, if I'm an A student, you probably aren't asking me to participate in Avid. Now, I mean, you said you talked to every student here, but I think in general, when we think of Avid as not being applicable to those students at the high end in terms of grades. Is that correct?
Well, it is designed for students in the middle. It's designed for students who have experienced or come from environments where normally success is not known, and whether an A student fits that or not, I couldn't tell you. But remember, the idea of the Avid Academy is one where people would volunteer in. So if an A student or their family felt that that's not for them, then we might not find them in the school. I don't know if you have other thoughts on that.
Marianne, can you talk to us a little bit? Marianne, can you talk a little bit about the higher level classes, though? It does push the A student that would be in a regular English class.
Yes, that's correct. One of the requirements in Avid is they take at least one honors level class, so they are pushed into honors classes. Sometimes their data previous to Avid wouldn't put them at that level. They might not be in an honors math class or an honors language arts class, but they are put into those classes because of the tutorials. And so I would say that though we have some Avid students and we have the data that are getting straight A's, it's not that they're not benefiting from Avid, because part of how you get those grades is because you're in those higher level classes with support, and success breeds success. So we see more and more of our kids by 8th grade getting A's, but if they didn't have Avid, I'm not so sure that would be what you would be reading.
And I think that's kind of where I'm going. And what you said, Jesse, you would have your kids in the Avid program. And
They're going to be doing it secretly with their mother.
Sure, of course they will. And I'm thinking, if I were in school and I knew this was there, and if I knew I could be achieving at a greater rate, I could be more proficient. I mean, 85% proficiency. If we knew that, 15 years ago? Or whenever No Child Left Behind first started. And with these kind of statistics, we may have met the goal of 100% of our students being at proficiency, or come close, right? It just looks like this is the right program for every student. And that's where my mind is going, and then especially with one of your other, your Avid cost benefit analysis seems to suggest that the cost per student decreases by increasing the number of schools that are participating.
It does somewhat, because the cost gets less each year.
Yeah, but it gets less each year, but also as a program, these numbers are quite a bit less, I think, than the program estimates for implementing Avid just at JB.
Quite a lot.
Yeah, quite a lot. Director DeSalvo.
I was going to go there as well. My question, because I pulled out that sheet. So the $618,000 to convert JB to the College Prep Academy, the Avid College Prep Academy, that would just be for 6th, 7th, 8th grade?
Yes, probably 150 students.
150. So then if we look at the cost benefit analysis, we could put 375 students at all 5 intermediate schools for 500,000.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Snyder.
Do you know offhand in the program now how many students entered that program who were day in, day out struggling in their classes?
I don't know offhand, but I do know that it's a large number of them. We didn't really, I mean, maybe you can give more information than me, but we didn't really take into it, like behavior is a part of the AVID program. You're not supposed to have a behavior issue and be in the AVID program. It's supposed to be, they should have good behavior, but that is, I guess I don't know how to answer that question, but a very large portion of them were struggling and do struggle still, but they have the support that they need to work on that. So
I would say, just to add to that, that just in transition from elementary, where generally the structure is one teacher who kind of keeps track for you. You keep everything in a desk and you have, you know, everything in one spot. You move to 6th grade and you have 7 periods. You have different teachers. Organization in itself is overwhelming. Planning, keeping track of things, that's all built into AVID. And then the steady piece is the AVID teacher that they see every single day that holds them accountable. So again, for the majority of kids, they would struggle in some areas that are in AVID, if not for AVID, because all those pieces come together with a daily support, a reminder of this one person is keeping all of that, keeping you accountable for all of that.
Well, these numbers certainly make you kind of open your eyes. I mean, you can have the best program in the world, but if it's not implemented correctly, it gets you nowhere. So obviously you are very good at what you do, because these numbers are also a testament to your abilities. And I can tell when you were talking and got emotional that you're passionate for your kids. And frankly, I don't know if I could ask for any more of that from a teacher than just what we saw. So obviously, fantastic job.
thank you.
Anything else, Director Hayes?
Yes, and even I'm going a little deeper into that and sitting in and watching Jessie's class. Total control over everything. She does countdowns with them, holds them accountable for every second, and just watching the control in there was amazing to see how they understood and how they listened and they participated, and you know, they were just right on key with everything they were doing.
Director Dickman.
Do you see, you know, with your students, I'm assuming they also have friends that are outside of the AVID program. Do you see any of the skills they're learning in class kind of transferring through social means to their friends?
I get a lot more applications from their friends than the first year. It was kind of like the AVID students, whatever. But now it's their students are looking up to them, and I do see the binders and the Cornell Notes is something we're trying to make school-wide, so they are doing that. But a lot of them, it's more of a jealousy thing at this point because they want to be involved in all the things, and so yes.
See, that's actually, I guess, one of my bigger concerns about having it be an isolated program is that these students will then be contained, and that it won't be able to have the secondary effects that we're obviously wonderfully seeing at JB. So it's actually because of your wonderful testimony that I will actually be voting no, because I want to see us focusing on option B and helping all of our students and expanding this to a wider range of students, not just the students actually enrolled in the program, but the secondary effects, and students saying, hey, you know, maybe you know, my friend's doing this, I could be doing it too. So thank you, and you speak very passionately, and I know you already. So.
Any other discussion? Director Kluhl, were you ready to speak?
Mm-hmm. Is it a fair question to ask what happens to a student who's had AVID in intermediate but has no AVID in high school? That may be impossible to answer because it probably depends on each individual student, and it does.
Mm-hmm.
So anecdotally, can you tell me what you think? What if a student went through AVID, an average student, statistically average, and got to high school with no AVID support?
I think we have been able to see that a little bit this year, but not in the way that you're thinking, because the students that did branch out to different high schools, they got everything they needed and they're soaring because of it. But I think a student that needs that support and moves on to high school and doesn't have that support, I think it's going to be hard for them. But then again, they've got that on their tool belt that they wouldn't have had before too. But it's just, there's a couple students that I know next year, if they end up not having the program, if they go to a different high school or whatever, I think it will be hard for them. But it didn't hurt them to have it in the middle school, definitely. It's just not having it at the high school.
But I imagine you empower them as much as possible to take this on as part of who they are, rather than requiring somebody to say, you know, make sure you have your homework today, make sure you have your notebook.
I think to add to that, 3 years in AVID definitely built habits for students that they took to high school, and the structure of AVID is meant for the student to take ownership of it as they get older, and even in high school. Certainly in the transition to 9th grade, the supports are important, but the kids actually learn how to run their own tutorials, their own study groups, and it's often called AVID seminar by junior and senior year, because it's hard for them to fit in a daily AVID class with a schedule, but they have some of the strategies and they come together as AVID students in a seminar type fashion.
Is that what's happening at Central then?
Well, they're just in their first year at Central, so that would, but across the country, when you visit schools that have AVID at the high school level, there is a lot more ownership. There needs to be that transition and support, but the kids are getting the skills that they take, because again, the hope is by the time they leave high school, they're going to be in college and have all this, that tool belt, as Jesse said, to use. And again, they're being pushed into some very difficult classes by the time they get to high school. So the 3 years in intermediate are important years to get them ready for that, because it has to come from within. And we see that by 8th grade. We see kids who are incredibly motivated to work harder and very proud of it. And sometimes you have to ask why do they do that? And they just really intrinsically want to do that.
Good, good. Thank you.
Anything else? So we've had a fair discussion about AVID, and we need to get back to the motion. So the motion is to continue to include option C as one of the 3 options being considered for JB. So that we'll be voting on here shortly, and Director Dickman talked about where she's going to be. Most of the rest of us have talked about the AVID program, but not as it applies to continuing to include it as an option. And I'd like a little bit of discussion on that before we call the vote, if there is any. Director Kluhl.
Dr. Tate, could you talk a little bit about why you've asked this to be a motion for the board?
I've done very little about trying to set this as motion, except putting it as an option, ensuring that it is possible, and trying to find out about how much it would cost. And I don't intend to do any more until the board says keep it on, and then what I would do is begin to find out how much interest there is among the students and the parents, get them together, give them information, and let them know what the program would be like. Who knows, maybe I only have 25 people that are interested, maybe I have 175. I just don't know that. The other thing I would do is to go out and see if there was some interest in funding of this, and I haven't done that yet, because it's just right now it's pie in the sky, it's a possibility, it's a dream, it's a vision. I'd like to point out the difference in option C and investing money in all of our intermediate schools is because it keeps a stake in the ground in the neighborhood and the community, and that's why I came up with this option. So if you keep this in, and eventually you may have to weigh the benefit of having a program for 150 students at J.B. Young and what that means to the community, to the district, to those students, as opposed to putting it in other schools. But again, you don't have to spend the money for AVID at all. It's not suggesting, gee, it's either do that or one of the others, because we essentially have to reduce in order to afford that. Again, unless I can continue to find some support. John Deere is supporting Sudlow and Central, and whether that will continue, I don't know. Whether I can find more funding, I just don't know. But I'm not going to step out and do anything until I say that hear the board say, let's keep it in, let's keep looking at it, and we'll make a decision sometime in January.
And precluding you from getting the public's hopes up when in fact the board in fact wasn't really there.
Exactly.
Did you have more comments, Director Cole?
Well, I would like to provide more, something more for the superintendent. I'm still working through the options, and I'm not discounting C, but looking at our budget and realizing the long-term ramifications and our responsibility to 15,250 kids, plus those at JB, I have to look at option A again and say $1.9 million looks pretty attractive in terms of supporting all the students in our district. So I'm thinking in terms of what we could do at SMART with that $420,000 in support to create an AVID program there. But putting a self-standing program at JB, despite the fact that I know that that supports the community and that that community support is important to the city, I haven't resolved that option C would be my choice, and I hate to tell you that it isn't, because it still is, but I want to help you plan for the future. So let me think through this as the rest of the board members speak.
Other discussion? Director Snyder.
Back when we were first voting to close JB Young or not, there was two overwhelming factors that stuck out for me, because I think that was one I had to do over the phone. But I did say, you know, if you had told me that I would vote in support of closing JB Young, you know, before a few months back, I would say you're crazy. I went to JB Young. I love JB Young. I have a lot of great memories from there. I have a lot of friends that I still have that I met there. But unfortunately, you can't look at it emotionally like that. The main factors were, one, the financial situation we're in. We have to cut $7 million, $1.9 million, and then $5 additional more. And if we want to get back to the $8 million reserve, which is the bottom of what they recommend, that's an additional 1.6 for the next 5 years. As each meeting goes on, our news gets better and better. The other thing is these students right now, because of the limited number of students, are not getting the same opportunities that other students at other middle schools are getting. It's really hard to put a band program together when you've only got a handful of kids. It's hard to give them those extra things that make them the well-rounded young people that they become and that they are. Leaving a small number of students in the building to what is, quote, not a school but a program still does not give them those additional opportunities at almost twice the cost per head as in another intermediate school. And if we had money to burn, I would give the kids the world. Absolutely give them everything and anything I could. I think that would really make this board time that I spend a heck of a lot more enjoyable if we got to focus more on thinking outside the box and focusing more on student achievement. But unfortunately, we've been forced to focus our attention not on how can we help our kids, but what can we take away from them that'll hurt them the least. And as a board member, that is really, really difficult. At this point, based purely on the cost, based purely on if this AVID program and these numbers are as they're presented, I would really like to see that at as many schools as possible and take those dollars and focus it on as many kids as possible, because as Director Kluhl said, we have 16,000 kids that we have to provide for. if we had the money sitting there, like I said, and we had no restraints to budget, I would say put the program in there, put as many kids as you can. Let's put another program at another school. Let's do some of the strangest thinking outside the box things we can to try and push achievement, because you don't know what can work until you try it. You know, isn't there a saying that the definition of insanity is continuing to do things as you've done them in the past and expecting different results? And, you know, there was a thing at the IASB convention. They said, you know, are you still educating kids today as you were 40 years ago? And unfortunately, we really are. And is that the way we should be heading? But this whole budget takes over everything, and it absolutely sickens me. I lay there awake at night, and people say, well, it's about the money. Yeah, unfortunately, it is. You know, there was comments, too, that if you really wanted to do something, you could find the money. Well, we have $30 million sitting there that we can't touch. Finding the money and finding the spending authority are two completely different things. And I guess I have spoken long enough, but at this time, based purely on the finances, I would rather focus that money on all of our kids, or as many of them as possible, than concentrating them on a very small segment to keep a building going. And I don't like having to make these decisions at all. I would give them anything I could if I had the power.
I want to apologize to all of you out there, because this meeting is going a little longer than I had anticipated. And we still have 2 discussion items, and I'm especially concerned because Director Dickman will be intimately involved in both of them, I'm hoping. And I hope nobody on the board is getting too tired, because it's going to take a while, and then we've got another meeting after that. So, okay. All right. Well, thank you. We'll continue the discussion, though. This is a very, very important issue, and we do have to come to a decision. Director Gosa.
So when the ASC's moved over to JB Young, how much room will be left, and how much space would the AVID program take up in the building?
We were looking at a portion of the 3rd floor. There would be room. I mean, the concept is we want community functions and support. We want to move the ASC over, but there would be room for 150 students and all the rooms that they need on the 3rd floor.
So it would be a good use of the space, otherwise the space wouldn't be used, I guess.
Well, not necessarily. We always seem to fill up space, and we might find other tenants, or so I wouldn't say that. Like it would be filled eventually. It's not a matter of we're going to have a 3rd floor not doing anything, but we have to make the decision: is this what we're going to do, and then we'll work from there.
Okay.
Director Dickman.
A follow-up on that, the space would be potentially used in a budget-neutral way, like it might be a nonprofit or something in there. It wouldn't necessarily be something that costs us money, or it actually could be a source of revenue, technically.
It could be. We're making revenue off of rental at Lincoln School. I mean, if there are community functions and support functions that go in there, we might in fact want to give them space without lease. But yeah, there is potential to use space to rent.
Any other discussion, Director Kloll?
One of the questions that comes up, that has to come up, is what started when MacArthur Anderson, Bishop Anderson, talked to Dr. Tate about the community. And that's about the point when Dr. Tate said, I'm changing option C to reflect what it is right now. And I'm wondering, because I cannot get my head around our responsibility to the community. I have real concerns that without that school building there, that the good of the inner city, the Hilltop area, is not served. Now, our primary issue is the students and achievement of the students, but we can't say that it's not about our support of the community as well. And so I think about the opportunities that we have to find private support from other groups to bring money into this program. John Deere is already on board. Maybe they would come on board for this. What are the opportunities that we might be able to find funding to make this happen? So I just want to reflect that this is a multi-tiered, multi-dimensional decision that needs to be made. And Dr. Tate, you need this decision tonight?
Not necessarily, but without a decision tonight, I'm not going to do anything. If you decide to keep it in the mix, again, it's not saying you approve it, saying let's find out more, then I will go out and talk to parents and students and see what kind of interest we have. I have no idea what kind of interest there is. But if you say it's off, then we move on.
So if I move to postpone this till the first meeting, before the second meeting in January, no harm done?
Yes, there would be harm done, because if you vote to keep it in tonight, I would immediately set up some meetings the first part of January with what time is left. If you wait till January, then it's going to be postponed into the last part of January or February, and I think we're holding people hostage in what we're going to do. So, I mean, again, to me, it's pretty simple. If you think I would never vote for this no matter what, then don't keep it on the mix. If you say, gee, I'd like to find out some more information, and let's look at it the first meeting in January or second, after Tate gets some information, then do that. But I think you kind of need to go one way or the other tonight.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And you're giving me the opportunity to be indecisive in this whole thing. But what concerns me is that yes, you will go out and start talking to people, and I hate to see people's hopes get dashed. But in as much as people understand that, I just wrestle with this. And I will. So I'll listen to more discussion.
Director Hayes and Director DeSalvo, you two have been pretty quiet during this part of the discussion. Do you have anything you want to add? Director Hayes.
It is very disheartening to see the options here and what we're working with. And I do agree with spreading it through more than just one segmented group of individuals, but I would also like to see the program at JB as well. So I'm pretty torn between it.
Director DeSalvo.
I would like to see it spread through all the intermediate schools. I hate what has happened here. In the first month that I've been on this board, we've had to close a school. That's not something I ever wanted to do. Trying to do the right thing for these kids and these families is extremely difficult. But I agree. We've got to make a decision. We can't keep them in limbo like this. We have to give them some sort of idea of what their paths are going to take in the next year. And for that reason, I think tonight I would have to say I am not in favor of continuing seeking other information about option C at this point. I would take it off the table.
Anybody else? Well, then let me just say a few things. I'm looking at the boundaries that we just approved earlier, and it's a nice map. This is the map, Davenport Community Schools It's the one showing the intermediates. And I was looking at it and thinking about JB. And so it's shown as, I think, young intermediate is how it's described. But then I look over, when you look further west from Williams, or you look further north and east from Wood and Sudlow, and even if you look south from Young or southwest from Smart, and I think it would be nice to, it'd be really nice to have an intermediate school in each one of those neighborhoods. And we've talked for years about having neighborhood schools, and especially in the elementary. I think that Young, JB Young, is the school and the students have an incredibly powerful and active advocacy group that is advocating for that neighborhood. But then I think about the other neighborhoods, and I'm talking about throughout our district, and not only the school areas. When you look at the areas that are supported by each one of those schools, and those areas are really pretty good sized, and kids come from all over. I think I've gone back and forth on this, and I think that first off, I want to appreciate the superintendent for bringing this idea, because it's one that when we made the decision, it was really based on those two items, which was let's save some money and let's provide additional educational opportunities. And I think Director Kluhl, you talked about, was it Arthur? Who was it that came to our meetings? No. One of the pastors, Bishop Anderson. And I do think that Bishop Anderson and Tom Thomas, or Pastor Thomas, and others, we had a lot of people speak, and I think eloquently and articulately on behalf of all that. I wrote down here the Sword of Damocles, which you referenced about 3 years ago or so, I believe, and it was a different issue. The issue had to do with, should the board consider outsourcing of custodian efforts? And I believe that you used that, I don't even know what the right word is, but that visual representation of the board holding the sword of Damocles over the custodians' heads, and it was a moving speech that you gave saying we shouldn't be considering that. And the board decided, I believe, to not take any additional decision making on that, and we let it go. And tonight I'm feeling very similarly with this, and I think that sword of Damocles is kind of hanging over all of the parents, students, and communities' heads on this particular issue. And that if we say, yeah, let's continue to investigate it, that'd be great. But I think if we didn't have a reasonable expectation that we would move in that direction, then I believe it's probably the wrong thing to do. I make estimates of just about everything I do, and my estimate is that the likelihood of us doing option C is very, very small, and I'd say it's, in my mind, it's probably under 5%. So what I mean by that is that I believe that the board is most likely to not adopt option C. And I've just made that mathematical characterization in my mind that it's about, if you want to put odds on it, it would be 1 out of 20 that the board would actually do that. Director Snyder.
My other concern I have with C is, because I've been back and forth, tossed this all around, you know, if we find the funding and we get the program going, we don't know if that funding will be sustainable and how long. And that makes me think back to many, many years ago, my mother-in-law purchased my daughter dance lessons for 6 months. And lo and behold, I'm stuck with another 15 years worth of tuition and costumes and competition fees. I hate to throw something out that with the financial status we're in, we don't know if we can sustain it. And that concerns me huge. Because then what do we do 3 years from now for the students that we've held on to there? And it concerns me a lot. I've thought about so many things that probably have nothing to do with this, and then I get off on my own tangents, sort of like the dance thing. But this is such a difficult decision, and that's one of the things that concerns me the most is thinking with our emotions rather than what do we know we can sustain with the financial situation we're in. And I hate thinking like that, but unfortunately we haven't been given much choice.
Any other discussion? Director Kluhl.
Well, I just have to say, in regards to the sword of Damocles, nobody wants to hear a lot about this again, I know, but I think it's a different issue. That sword was over contracting out custodial nursing services. I think it was something that the board never really wanted to do, but it got out, and then we dithered over what to do. But in fact, I don't believe the board was ever there. So I see this as being substantially different in that this has not been the long-term issue. I can see that the board, maybe 5% is right. But I see the opportunities to say what if here. And I'm thinking that we have a community group who is willing to go to work to find ways to fund this, to make this happen, because they're excited about it. They've offered their services. I hate to work off of grants, but the fact is universities do it, other places do it, and at what cost, you might say. So it may not be sustainable, but it might. And once you close a school, it won't open again. And so my vote tonight is going to be to include this, to continue considering option C, because I believe that we have to do things differently. You mentioned that we've been doing education the same way we have the last 40 years. If we did everything based on what we absolutely know, where will we go? Sometimes you take a risk. Now, I'm not willing to take a risk with the public's money. I do that. In a sense, we take a risk with the public's money every day. We're taking a risk ourselves on going to jail dealing with the public money. But I think that I would like to trust at this point the intelligence of the public in Davenport to understand that while this may not be the option the board will choose, they're considering it and they're giving it full consideration. And please understand that although we may talk to you about the possibilities of an AVID program, it is not definite. But we're considering it because we want to do the best thing for this community. And I just cannot get over the fact that our responsibility and the discussion that MacArthur Anderson had with Dr. Tate about our responsibility to the community is very large. And so I will vote to support.
Director Dickman.
I see the community group, which we at least have a couple members still left here for a nice long discussion. I guess I see it in a different light, that that if we say that this is, if we close the door on this kind of far-fetched possibility, and say that, you know, with the budget, with the way it is, and the fact that it would serve less students at twice the cost, that then they could say, okay, what else can we pursue? Can we bring in this community group? Can we bring in this set of parents? Can we bring in educational opportunities from local community colleges? That it would actually free them up while there's still energy and enthusiasm to find other ways to utilize that space, instead of, well, we don't know what to do because we're done if we are doing this one option. But I guess that's just why we all have different takes.
Anything else? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Director Snyder. Excuse me. Yes, Director Snyder.
No.
So let me be clear that the motion is to continue to include option C as one of the three options being considered for J.B. Young. And so your vote is no, meaning you would not include option C. Okay, and the motion is clear to everybody. Director Gosa.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
No.
Director Kluel.
Yes.
Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director DeSalvo.
No.
My vote is no. The motion fails, and option C will not be included as one of the three options being considered for J.B. Young. Okay, I understand. Okay, we'll move on to two discussion items. And Director Dickman, it's getting late, and so I'd like to address in whichever order you would prefer on that. Okay. Okay, why don't you go ahead? Okay. Hey, I apologize. I hadn't even realized that. It went by like that. Why don't we take another, we'll make it a 4-minute recess this time. Yeah, that's where the superintendent just left.
What institutional changes have happened already or are on the horizon that will have the largest impact on our students? I'm thinking kind of specifically about No Child Left Behind. I know that when news broke about that, earlier this week or last week, everyone was coming to me and saying, "Oh, wasn't this amazing?" And all I could think was, do you know how much groundwork and time went into making that happen? So what's the next thing coming down the pipeline, you think?
Wow, I was hoping not to be the first person to be put on the spot. But I'm, well, what I'm thinking, you get me a water too? I was just thinking about, Marcia, you probably want to get involved in this discussion too. I was thinking about how quickly things are changing. And you know, when I was a kid, people told me that I didn't need to learn how to drive because we'd all be driving helicopters. You'd all be riding helicopters by the time I was old enough. Well, that never happened. But look at what's happening now with Uber, with Lyft, with self-driving cars. Yeah. And so all these things are happening on a really rapid pace. So I'm thinking, you know, Director Dickman, when it comes time to be on the City Council, please think about the fact that in 10 years, there will be no cabs. People, when they're 16, are not going to be out to get their license right away. I think things are going to change drastically. So the whole issue, thinking about roads and parking lots, that all changes. And if we can think out ahead of it, we're better off. So I'm thinking about that in terms of education. What all children excel, is that what it is? All children exceed. I've lost everybody here. You're listening. We'll have our conversation here. Jamie, come and join us if you want to. We're on TV here, folks. Let's keep this going. So I think that the All Children Exceed thing is a good change. But institutional changes that have happened already are on the horizon that will have the largest impact on our students. Well, it'd be easy to say technology, of course. That's an easy thing to say. But I'm looking at what's happening in terms of college campuses, where now students at the ages of 18 to 25, 26 are insulted when we talk about rape or the Holocaust or other issues, and asking that you give us some kind of a warning in class before you talk about those things. There's some cultural changes on the horizon that I think we need to respect, that we need to look for. And so some of those things that are happening in college now, just like Facebook started in college and now it's down, everybody's got it. So I think some of those things that are happening in college are cultural shifts that will probably also happen in our school. So there are some long-term issues, and it comes back to Jamie's comment about, are we doing things the same way we did 40 years ago? Yeah. If the rest of the world is changing at the pace of Uber, maybe we ought to in education as well. That's my thought.
I wholeheartedly agree. I know very few workplaces where they give you a pen and paper and ask you to write an essay. I know of many workplaces where they say, here's your teammates, figure it out.
And we've heard that a couple of times tonight about teamwork stuff. So that's a good trend.
Yeah. Anyone else buzzing about institutional changes they've seen or they think are on the horizon that will have a large impact on our students? Go ahead.
Yeah, it was interesting. I think it was just this morning I was reading about Google, and I apologize if it's been mentioned already, but they're talking about setting up helium balloon and directed, not quite satellites, but they're supposed to be at like 25 miles above the Earth, and they can third world and other places that don't have internet. And I think that's pretty innovative. It's also a relatively inexpensive way to provide that kind of access. And I think that whole information trend is amazing. And getting it, and even just thinking about it as a worldwide need and to supply that need is amazing to me.
Anyone else before we move on? All right. Well, in this we actually got partially answered earlier by our presentation. How can we create innovators without adding to our adding costs to our general fund. And I think that the program that the librarian was talking about from Hayes was like example A. But I think, especially when we can find grant money, or the AVID program as it exists now, is a great example where we were able to work with John Deere and say, this is something we'd like to do. Can you give us some seed money to get it going? We do have to live with the risk that the grants might run out, but sometimes I guess we take that gamble. Any other thoughts?
I wrote down STEM as well, and just that John Deere does support STEM in several of our schools. I know that they gave a huge grant to SMART, and I don't remember, there was another school, but I think that's a big deal, and watching those kids and excelling in those programs. And they talked about STEAM magnet programs as well. And Wilson Elementary gave a presentation at our Project Lead the Way meeting the other night that she has started this STEAM after school, and the kids love it, and they're willing to stay, and they can't wait, or before school, one or the other, and they were just all about it, and it was very exciting to see just exactly what they presented tonight. So it's very interesting.
Any other thoughts on that one? All right, so now we're getting into the, do you have a?
I think continuing to, or expanding upon I think what we do fairly well as a district, and that's challenging our kids to step up to do things that, they may not normally do. Student board members, participating, in their tag programs. I remember one of the big things was a National History Day. It's not part of their grade, but they get a heck of a lot out of it. You and I visited the Davenport Public Works building where they had all of those programs out there, and kids were putting their experiments together. But I think we need to expand upon that and give them more opportunities. Wood has a program where kids go out and dig in the creek behind the school and do different things. And there's, a lot of different buildings have programs like that. Again, I said earlier, anytime you can get a kid out of his seat and get him actively involved, I think you're going to see success. And there's a lot of ways we can do that without adding funds. It's being creative and allowing our teachers to be creative, and to continue to push them to go beyond their comfort zones.
I would certainly say digging in the creek is a budget neutral option.
A point of order, we have custodians who have to leave at 10:30. I have a principals meeting at 7:30 in the morning when I need to have tables set up. If they move these tables as quietly as possible, the TV can't see them. Can we let them do that and we can just talk louder?
Yeah. In fact, I was thinking if we needed to, we could even move them to the executive conference room. But I think certainly the custodians can go ahead and do the work they need to do, other than vacuuming.
No, but just move the tables. No, thank you.
As long as they bring a 12-pack of Mountain Dew in here. Mr. Scott,
Hey, Matt? Yeah. If you want to move up to one of these chairs, they're more comfortable, and they may want to even mess around with that table. So why don't you go ahead? This is Matt Trimble. He's one of the people that is looking at possibly running for the board. That's part of the issue. Okay, so I apologize. Go ahead.
Let's see. So, just to summarize, giving our teachers and our staff flexibility to figure out ways to get kids out of their seats, including possibly just digging in their own proverbial backyards. Any other thoughts on that before we move on? We're getting philosophical in the next couple of questions here. So, does play have a place in our classrooms K-12? And I was kind of thinking about this, like, well, you know, first grade, third grade, it's pretty easy to introduce, you know, make your own fossils. By the time you get to, you know, junior year of high school, can you play, and can you play as part of learn? And I think there's ways to do it. I think it's more challenging, but I wanted to see what other people's thoughts on that were.
Yes. Yes, by all means.
Okay.
Play. I mean, that's what gets to the last question, my favorite part of the book. He talks about you go from play to passion to purpose. Play, passion, purpose. Adults play all the time. I mean, this is a form of verbal play right now. Although it's on television, it's become very informal. This is play. We're interacting with ideas about how we might move forward with things. So it's fun. We're not dealing with raw statistics and algorithms. We're playing. This is what I think is adult play. And I think, yes, in high school, let's play. Play and learn.
And I guess I will.
Passion, purpose.
I will also point out that some of our former student board members, came and talked about a democracy-based game where they basically learned how to be, diplomats through a video game. So, if you can learn to be a diplomat through a video game, that's some pretty higher order thinking.
The caucus coming up is a game.
That is also
It's
true.
fun. It's fun.
That is, and we've had our students participating in mock one of those, which is very good to hear. So this is the next question is, does the Davenport Community School District want to have STEAM magnet programs? And this is something that I put in a request about that obviously will not come up before my time on the board is over. But if we kind of blow up the transfer policy to have magnet programs to try to bring in students to elementary schools or middle schools that are having lower enrollment numbers. So just thoughts on that.
So you're basically asking more like in the elementary and middle school levels, because we already have one at
Right.
high school levels.
Exactly. So do we expand it to the whole system, or is that making our lives too crazy?
Buffalo Elementary is already on a path to do this. They want to do it. A lot to think about. A magnet school is a little bit different. You got transfer policy to deal with, but they came up that with their own, and I think that's the way it has to come. It has to come from within and have permission to innovate. She asked, "Do you mind if I do this?" I say, "You can do it, but it's got to be wham, wow." It can't just be a STEM program at Buffalo. It's got to be really, really good. So let's see where they go.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I guess we've already got a test case going. I guess I might as well say it now, but I would be supportive of the idea. I think as long as it can be managed without, us all pulling our hair out. But I think that of finding a way to use a carrot instead of a stick to, figure out some of our issues with segregation both along racial and socioeconomic lines. I think it would be a worthy thing to look into. Other one? Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to just comment briefly on that. I was thinking about one of the presenters at IASB, and his first name was Will. I can't think of his last name. Schofield. Thank you. And he was talking about, he was a superintendent for a county, and he talked about having magnet elementaries. And Director Kluhl mentioned some of that in one of our other meetings. But he kind of said that if you have a will, you can do it. And so I think to the extent that the board has any say in it, I would certainly support the administration's efforts to do that and the school's leadership in moving in that direction.
So what was the Will Schofield quote? You remember?
I was trying to recall his quote, and but you probably have it.
Expect excellence,
Not adequate.
don't accept adequacy.
Yep.
Aren't I supposed to do a quote still at the end of the night here? No?
Say that again?
Wasn't I supposed to do a quote at some point tonight here? Is that still coming at the end? Okay.
Yes. Yeah,
All
this
right.
was just,
Just making sure we're all still on track,
Yes,
some
yes.
track here.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on the STEAM magnet program?
No point, there's no money.
Well, that's I think the thing is if we can get grants. Well, they figured out how to do it at Hayes of sorts
Because we did on our own time.
with a grant. So the next question is, how do subcultural competency in teaching and learning impact in innovation? And I know that not everyone has had a chance to read the Donna Beagle book, but that was something that I thought was the most interesting from it was the cultural competency training. And we touched on it tonight with the movie too, of if you've got a teacher who can't even fathom experiencing some of the horrible things that some of those students had experienced, teaching them how to be able to relate through to different things that happen in different subcultures. And I know at one point we talked about doing some sort of poverty sensitivity and cultural competency training, but I don't know where that's at. Is that something that...
It's been that long ago. We had John Quincy Adams here. That was before you got on, I guess. We actually had John Quincy Adams. The guy's name is John Quincy.
Well, he's still working for us. He's a consultant. He still goes out to our schools.
He did that board presentation.
Yeah.
Teaching thing for us.
I mean, one of the action items on closing the achievement gap is cultural competence. We actually have a rubric we're using. We're going to go out to students and ask them what they think, and staff and parents. So, I mean, it's important to us, and we're certainly on that.
Yes, I've been on the board that long. John Quincy Adams.
I did think you were pulling my leg, to be honest.
No, that's serious. That's his name. From August Anderson.
Well, we have historical figures, recent and his. But I after reading this, and there's another book that was on the short list that talks about that more. And if you guys invite me back to come talk about books with you, that's something I would love to continue pursuing. Any other thoughts on subculture related anything or cultural competency?
I don't know if you read the things I send out or not, but I send out a video. This lady was like Teacher of the Year, and she talked, there's a white lady, how can a white lady teach black
Yes.
kids? What an excellent example of an aha moment where she realized in order to talk to my children, they need to feel some relevancy. So she started talking about black poets, black history, some other things, Hispanic history, some things that they could relate to rather than a bunch of pale, stale, and male stories. So that was you ought to look at the video. I know you did.
I think I read the article. I don't know if I watched the video. But that is a definite. I think that I read the same article, and the fact that she was able to connect with her students so much better, and that then they're able to succeed more so because of it. Any other ones before we move on to the last question? So, other thoughts on the book? This is just whatever your favorite part was. Thoughts going forward. I mostly put that in as an open-ended to make sure if there was anything that was just burning.
I liked the book. I enjoyed the book, but I struggle with and I don't remember the chapter, and I left my book at home, but how do we set our teachers up to be able to judge equally? And I struggle with that probably because of the workplace that I'm in, and that we can't allow that. We would get sued if I treated one person different than another. And so I kept thinking in my mind, how could we make sure that our teachers were consistent if we simply graded based on innovative ideas, projects, teams, things like that? And I struggled with that quite a bit. But I mean, otherwise I thought it was a great book, and I love the experiences, and I love the real life stories, and I think that was fantastic.
It would be a struggle because we've done things the same way for 40 years.
Yeah, it would.
That's why I asked Curtis, what was her name? Chrissy. I asked
Couch?
the teacher from
Yes.
Hayes.
Yes.
Learning core curricular stuff. I would be a little nervous as a principal spending this time blowing up balloons.
Right, right, right. But the funny thing is, we'll bring some of that back into the workplace and say, go into teams and build me something with, this candy or whatever, just to do team building exercises, but that's not fully what we judge them on. Now, when I was in Des Moines, my table sat with a superintendent from Sioux City and another gal from, I want to say it was called Center Community or something, but they're moving to a different grading, and I didn't fully understand because there was a sidebar conversation that I was kind of listening to, but they're changing, and it sounded very similar to this, that it's not so regimen of curriculum-based, test score-based. It was more innovative, and I would like to learn more about what they're doing, but they said it was a huge upset in the community to get them convinced to allow them to approve that and to move forward with it because people weren't buying in. And they just kept reiterating the first thing is you got to get your community support because they won't buy in. So it's, big.
It's like
big.
in the book, the Wagner book, talked about one, I think it was a high school class whose final was judged by fourth graders.
Yes. And I'm like, and that's why I talked to Anthony, and I said, well, how would you feel about this? And he's like, well, that'd be all right with me, Mom. I was like, no. And that's when he said, we had the conversation too about watching paint dry. He said, so I could get a degree in college saying, I watched paint dry, and that was my degree. And I said, well, you could, I suppose, if you chose because some of them were building their own degree, I struggle with that. I'm more of a number than I gotta have it.
Yep. Director Dickman?
Yes.
We're going to have to continue on.
Too much fun.
Yes.
Well, I just want
Well-
to keep it moving because we've got another meeting.
Yes. What I was going to actually suggest is wrapping this up and all of my thoughts on the policies that are there for discussion are more on interpretation than on the actual policies themselves.
Well, are you done with the book?
Unless there's other thoughts.
Yeah, if you're done with the book, let's go to the reason I asked you to start out the conversation on media communications is an issue that has been challenging, I would say, for the past while. And so we had the one on the president, I don't know, a month or two ago, but this one is similar, and I'd like to just have that discussion. So I want you to open that discussion, but then Director Snyder, as the policy chairman, I'd like you to direct it after that. Okay, thanks.
Well, it's not any issue I've had with the wording that's in the actual policy as it is now, which I of course just closed. More of the interpretation as the being perceived as speaking for the board. And earlier it was said that we need to trust our community to know that we're considering this, but it's not a for sure kind of thing. And if we could trust them with that, then I certainly think we could trust them to understand that one board member saying, well, I have concerns about this one thing doesn't mean the board has concerns about this thing. I guess that's where my position has been on it all along. That if we don't try to communicate, or if we don't communicate in a way that's easy to digest, then it can become a whole made up kind of story, and that expressing lack of unanimity is not necessarily disagreement so much as that we haven't gotten to a consensus yet, or maybe that there isn't a fully unified consensus, but that we're going to move forward anyway.
Are you leading our discussion?
I think just as a new board member, my opinion of this, was it okay for me to talk? I didn't even ask. I'm sorry. As a new board member, I'm very nervous because I'm afraid I'm going to say the wrong thing. And so but I don't know how you write a policy for new versus experienced, but I am very supportive of letting it go through our president, and he represents our opinions, and perhaps we don't agree with what our opinions may differ, but that's okay. You know, that's what, I don't know. That's my thoughts.
Director Grossa.
I guess I'm going to disagree with you because I think that takes away our transparency, because the public essentially elects us to be their voice, but then we're taking away our voice and giving it to one person. You see what I'm saying? Because we're not all going to agree all the time. I mean, just like tonight, it was a 4-3, you know, so everybody has a different opinion on things.
But if our meetings are open to the public and recorded and our minutes are public knowledge, then our voices and our opinions are recorded there. Where if someone wants to give a media interview, again, it's just me, but I'm very frightened that I am going to say the wrong thing and get myself in a bind, or worse yet, get our district in a bind, and I wouldn't want to do that.
Well, then I will shoot all the interviews to you, get you trained up on it.
Director Hayes.
Again, I've said several times before, everything we say is recorded. All those interested can come in and hear all of our individual views. But when we go outside of this room publicly, we're wanting to remain unified. We're not wanting, well, 6 of them thought this way, and this person is off on this tangent. Whether you're on it or not, once we leave this room, once the cameras are off, I would hate for us to go outside of the room and appear to be ununified. If one person speaks, it's not confusing. If you disagree with that person that's speaking at some point, it's okay to respectfully disagree, but your opinion can be heard right here at this table, rather than in the newspaper and portions left out, or what you say leads to my interpretation and I write it the way I hear it versus the way you meant it. And I just feel that we need to remain unified.
Director Cluel.
Well, Director Dickman, this is going to be the longest meeting on record. You're going to be here to witness it, it appears.
No, we had a 5-hour one right after my first meeting back.
Well, we're not done yet. I don't want to belabor this, but I think I'm gonna kind of side with Dan on this thing. And looking at what the Scott County Board of Supervisors did when they were talking about the issue of whether or not to ask for a for-profit private company to come in and bid on a mental health hospital versus having Unity Point and Genesis do it. Remember, they had that discussion, and they were asked before the vote, what do you think? And all of the board members told them where they were at the present time. And there was a difference of opinion. But all of the board members stated clearly, this is where I stand at this point. Now, I might change my mind. I'm not the board. I'm a board member. Here's where I'm at right now. No harm done, I don't think. Now, the public could construe that as the opinion of the board. The media could construe it as the board's opinion. But I think in that particular case, it worked out just fine. So that if we were to take on a position where we thought that individual board members could have the opportunity to speak on their behalf to the media, we would be the leading edge in Iowa. I don't believe there's any district in the state that has a policy that is even as liberal as ours is right now in terms of speaking with the public. Most of them are, some of them are through the superintendent. But all of them that I've seen, I looked at quite a few, it's all up to the president, nobody else. So I, personally, I don't see a problem with it if board members respected the fact that the media might occasionally try to pin you down on a difficult question. You might go too far. And most of the media that I've dealt with in the Quad Cities are very kind. They're not get you kind of people. I remember Tom Geyer, when I was first on the board, I made a statement in regards to closing Jefferson, or closing Grant School. And he said, "Are you sure you want to say that?" So he backed me up, because it was not something I wanted to say, because it would have reflected an opinion of the board. So I, for one, think that we are capable of making mature decisions, recognizing that the media has their job to do. But in terms of what you talk about as transparency, I think it's worth talking about.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. One of the things that I remember from my first training at IASB, and that was quite a while ago, and there was a pony story. I don't know if you remember that. It would take me several minutes to tell it, so I won't tell it. But one of the key element that they were trying to teach is for board members to never, ever express their thoughts on where they were going to be on a vote publicly before the board meeting and before you had access to all the information. And so whether the city council does those things or not, and you know that I have no particular respect, for the process that the city council uses. I think that they use inappropriate processes in several cases. But expressing a position on a vote, for instance, the difficult decision we had today would have been really difficult and challenging if any of us had talked about that in public or to the media prior to this meeting, and stating, here's where I am. Because once you state that to the media, you've said it. And that's the point that the IASB tried to get through as part of their training. You mentioned media personalities, and one that I recall that maybe wasn't so kind as Tom Geyer is Sheena Dooley. Sheena Dooley expressly looked for gotchas, divisive perspectives. She continued to call me even after she moved to Des Moines, looking for things that are going on in our district. And when somebody is like that, it's you're guarding every word. It's very, very difficult, and you know that they can use snippets of what you've presented. They never ever take your full representation. I want to talk about TV as an example in particular, because in TV they cover you for 15 minutes and they take 5 seconds out. And that's what goes on TV. You look, 9 seconds. I don't care how long it is. But it is not the full interview. That is absolutely clear. And they're looking at it from their perspective, which I think is oftentimes to get the story. It isn't necessarily to represent what your thoughts are. I want to use an example of the difficulty in representing an opinion. One of the things that happens when you're talking to a media person is you can use the word we. Again, think about this 4-3 vote that we had earlier tonight, that we had. And if you're representing that, you can say, well, we thought this, or we thought that. And as soon as you do that, I believe you're speaking on behalf of the board. And I do think that's the way the media takes it, and I believe it's the way our community does. One of the examples, when we looked at all of this a few months ago, and it actually happened to this board, and it was probably a few years ago, but the idea was thrown out by a board member that we might be considering closing Bluegrass. Holy cow. So as soon as that word got out, it was the board that was considering closing it. I got more calls. Pat got more calls. It was insane. And so
That was
those
after Pat.
Excuse me?
That was after Pat.
Right. Well, yeah, but there was one that happened while she was still here,
Okay.
too. But I'm just saying that all of our words, and it might be something that a board member is thinking. They might even say, well, I'm thinking that would be a good idea. But I'm reluctant. I mean, I would sure entertain the idea of having the policy committee look at it if that's something. I don't have any particular concerns with opening it up as long as we had some way to control some of that. So
I agree. I think board members need to be mature enough and cognizant enough of the dangers in talking in public. Interesting enough, that Bluegrass comment came during a board meeting. That comment was taken from a board meeting. So even at board meetings, you can say the wrong thing.
Yep. Anything else? Well, I've got two quick things. Director Johansson had talked about not stating your position before the meeting where you actually vote, and the intentions behind that with the IASB is they feel it portrays that we are basically stating our opinion before we go into the meeting, so that we've already decided, no matter what happens during discussion, that we're going to be closed-minded on it, and that we already have decided, and that's why they say that's not a good idea to state your position before the actual vote, and that's their decision on that. And I guess my biggest concern is, and Director Johansson touched on that too, is when we give or would give an interview, you can start a statement that says, this is just my opinion. It's may not necessarily be the opinion of the board, but they don't have to include that when they run the thing. They could take a sentence from one part of it and a sentence from another part, and they can almost make you say anything they want you to. And that's my concern. At least we have a video. I don't know. I mean, it's not that I don't, I'm leery of opening up as well, and it's not because I don't trust you guys. I just don't trust the media. So that's my take on it.
Done?
I'm done with that.
All right, let's move on and get this meeting done. Excuse me?
Okay.
Are there any administrative reports?
None.
Okay, thank you. Are there any board requests? Thought I saw one over there.
Yeah, I got one. Well, I may not turn the other one in yet.
I thought you turned one in. I had one.
Actually, I'm turning this one in.
All right.
And then I guess I'll ask you, do you feel... No, wait.
All right.
Can I give it to you after the meeting and still have it turned in if it's not?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it can't be because it won't be public.
All right, let's do it.
All right. All right, got 4 requests here. First is from Director Snyder, 12/14/15. Agenda item that we open the discussion once again on block versus traditional schedule. In our financial state, we can no longer rely on picking the low-hanging fruit. Director Snyder, 12/14/15. Agenda item, I'd like to form a committee focused on athletic competitiveness in the district. We need to be more competitive in athletics to help reduce the number of kids that want to open and roll out of the district. Director Kluhl, 12-14-15 agenda item. Request the agenda committee set committee of the whole item to consider asking ISB Development Director Mary Jane Venz to engage the board in a work session to develop belief statements. Director Kluhl, 12-14-15 agenda item. Given the board's study and readings of Beagle and Wagner, is there a way to reimagine how we do school? In order to compartmentalize this discussion, we might start with K through 5. We are in many ways educating children the same way we did 80 years ago. So, with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. This meeting is adjourned.